go winless, but I think Aaron Glenn finds a way to keep his job going into 2026.
I hope so.
Thanks, Smalls.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy Shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with 0 sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt has slid into the dais with Martin Kilcoyne vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Doug, just a one-day getaway for the Kilcoyne family.
Well, I assume he got on the PJ right after the show and got up there around 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And probably lunched on a veranda.
I like that,
Cape Cod area. Yeah, and then came back to the Hamptons.
Hold on, he went to Cape Cod?
Yeah, first, with the PJ right there, just for some lunching.
Right, lunching.
Mm-hmm. And then to the Hamptons.
That's correct.
For some maybe some cider and clam chowder.
That's what you have when you go to the Hamptons.
I assume.
So Martin will be back tomorrow, but we hope he and his family enjoy Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons today. You are welcome to get involved on the program. A wide variety of ways for you to do so. The Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have already gathered this morning. Doug, they were waiting for us.
Okay.
Harry Hogg was the first poster, and he's currently got number 1 with a crown next to his name when I go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And he says, "Good morning, fellas. What are we upset about today?" It's kind of the table setter, isn't it?
It's getting cooler. I'm upset about that. I got used to 85 degrees every day. Brought out a sweater today.
Well, who do you want fired for it?
Is there anyone we can let go?
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
No one to fire for the weather, unfortunately, but it is cold, man.
Yeah, I don't mind a little fall weather.
Fall time is here.
It's just depressing knowing what's ahead.
Shout out to our friends at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Do you guys turn your furnace on when it's kind of this in-between time?
I turned it on Sunday afternoon. It was a little cold. But then at nighttime, and my wife, she stared daggers through me last night when it was time. It was the witching hour, Doug, when I start snorting all those sleeping pills, roll up the dollar bill, in my case, $100 bill. And I walked out to that Design Air Heating and Cooling thermostat, and I stared right back at her, and I lowered it to the air conditioning to 68 degrees. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What'd you do about it? Nothing?
Nothing.
I didn't think so.
You turned the AC on last night?
Damn right I did, Jackie Papers.
Couldn't you just hit no air and it would eventually get cold?
I needed it 68 degrees.
That's right.
Check out my Whoop.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I had a good night's sleep, too. Good recovery.
Oh, did you? Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Do you want to know how much REM sleep I got?
Not really.
Jackson does.
I guess we're going to have to.
Well, I mean, Jackson said he wanted the numbers. Look at that, 91% recovery. Look at that. Look at that, 91% recovery.
Tim.
It's in the YouTube.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice sleeping, Tim.
No.
No one can sleep like you, Tim.
Thank you. 80 minutes of REM sleep. I could have done better, but I was having some good dreams.
Mm-hmm. You remember your dreams? I don't remember mine anymore.
Sometimes.
If I take a nap, I remember my dreams.
Do you?
Yeah.
I used to, but I don't anymore.
Yeah.
Touch me, Vaughn. We're bowl bound. That's from Scissor Me Timbers. People celebrating the fact that Missouri is bowl bound.
But that doesn't mean that I must touch everyone. I'm happy that we're going to a bowl. Who knows what kind of bowl it'll be. But it doesn't mean that I'm obligated to make contact with the listeners.
Ooh, can I do Predictionary, Jackson?
Yeah.
Early on here?
Sure.
Will Speedy Keese be playing in Missouri's bowl?
Well, if that's a CFP bowl.
Right. Well, that's where you got to. I mean, there are a lot of levels to this question. That's what this show's so good at. It makes you really, really think. It's not dumb.
Well, Keese is only a junior, so I'd say yes.
There it is. Speedy Keese is sticking around.
Yeah, I think he'd want one more year if it's at Missouri or otherwise. So maybe he would sit out if he's going to go to the transfer portal.
All right. Jackson's on board.
I'll say yes.
Recovering Alcoholic says, I like a little hardcore. That's from the Recovering Alcoholic. And I sleep better when I know that Tim slept well. That's from Doug's Prison Wallet. So people are interested in my numbers, Doug.
How would that affect your sleep?
You can say that they're not.
Sleep.
Were you watching the ALCS Game 7 last night, or were you watching the Lions and Buccaneers, or were you watching the Sea Pigeons and the Texans?
I watched a little baseball.
Yeah, so did I.
A little baseball, yeah.
Holy moly,
Springer came through. It was kind of a David Freese type moment for him.
I am telling you, Jackson, do we have the call of the Magic north of the border?
Give me one moment.
Oh, that was the biggest thing that happened last night. Biggest thing, and we're not ready for it.
What about Jahmyr Gibbs going off?
Okay. I'll get over it.
What about those Sea Pigeons? Tough break for Seattle sports fans as they had Monday Night Football going on right at the same time as their Mariners were vanquished, and they remain the only franchise to not go to the World Series. Is that accurate? That surprises me. But that's what kept getting hammered last night.
They're not the only one that hasn't won, but the only one that's never
because the Rockies have been there.
San Diego hasn't won.
Yeah, but they were there in 98. Were they swept by the Yankees?
84, too.
Yeah, 84. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I got the call.
Okay, good. All right. Like to hear it now, please.
Payoff. And for the first time in 32 years, the Blue Jays have won the pennant.
That was the last pitch. That wasn't the home run.
That's what you wanted.
Believable. Doug said George Springer getting his vengeance on the Mariners fans who cheered when he was hitting the knee in Game 5.
Yeah, you know what? We're in the communications business.
Ball, left field, Arozarena watches it go.
Okay.
Going
I felt
wild.
bad for the Mariners. I really wanted them to win.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Because you love America.
Well, they're more of an underdog than Toronto. And as you said, they've never been there, never done it. Toronto's been there and won it. Big market, big money team.
I sent, 35 maybe TikTok links to papers. Brian Wu was being interviewed in the Mariners clubhouse, and he was asked a question, and it timed out perfectly. Take a listen.
But what ultimately do you feel like the legacy of this team is going to be, having gone as further than any other team in franchise history?
Legacy is no one's really satisfied or happy with this, I think.
Who was that screaming?
It's an unidentified Mariners player right when Brian Wu was asked what the legacy of the 2025 Mariners will be.
Yeah.
And in the background, a gentleman sounding like I hear the echoes of a shower. Love a group shower, and it sounds like that gentleman had entered the shower and either frustrated by the outcome or impaled. And
I doubt he was impaled. But can you imagine working out all winter long, going
the training, the prayers, the vitamins,
right? The grind of spring training and the long, eternal season.
So many
comes
vitamins.
down to one pitch that doesn't go your way. One pitch. That's tough.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays were hitting balls so hard in that inning. The one that was actually hit the hardest was that Springer's home run. It was Vladimir Guerrero's out to Randy Arozarena. It was 113 miles off
Jeez.
the bat.
Oh, my God.
And it was a rocket.
Jeez.
Dan Wilson being held accountable, Mariners manager, for bringing in Bizzardo when he did, and then Eugenio Suarez. Bad beat. I hated to see it. There was a pitch called that was a ball, and you got a runner on base, and it was inside. Doug, those days are over at next year, but on a 3-2 pitch. And bad beat for the Mariners in that capacity. But the bottom line is George Springer, who Blue Jays manager John Schneider, following Game 5, he said it's a great atmosphere here, but the Mariners fans who cheered when he got hit in the knee and had to leave the game are going to have to look themselves in the mirror on doing that. Mariners fans say that they were booing, or cheering, excuse me, when he got hit in the knee because he, of course, is part of that Astros cheating team.
Oh.
And that is why he is held in low regard.
All right. Well, I don't think he cheated last night when he hit the bomb. He's a good player. Has been for years.
I hate the Dodgers, but I'm for America. Go Dodgers. Unless Tim wants Toronto to win, then I'm changing my mind. It's
Stop this.
sad panda.
Nobody's going to beat the Dodgers, are they? No one's going to beat the Dodgers.
Is this David versus Goliath, even though David had the fourth highest payroll?
It's David's big brother, maybe against Goliath.
And that's Bill.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto's the heck of a team. They got some hitters. But I don't think anybody can hang with the Dodgers in a long series.
Doug, that scream was definitely from the Big Dumper. That's from Thrill Fan 22.
Was it really?
I saw that. That's what people were saying, but I don't know how anyone would know. I guess.
You recognize a gentleman's scream?
No. And the Dumper had another home run last night.
Yeah.
Based on my recollection, that sounds like Sweet Sweet Kai. That's from the Recovering Alcoholic.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday. Was he 28?
Yeah. Yep, 28. 28.
Well, happy birthday
He's
to him.
coming back to STL. I think he's back today.
What a gift.
To work at Belle Reeve.
Yeah, that's right.
Can he get you in there free?
That's the hope. Fingers crossed.
Can he get the rest of us in there free every day?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Well,
I don't think
Monday
it's asking
members,
too
it sounds
much.
like.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with a little Monday membership.
It was Julio Rodriguez. That's from the 636.
Are we really
Somebody's
gonna- someone's
frustrated.
going to be upset because they are identifying someone you can't identify. And it did sound like the showers were on.
Yeah, probably.
Doug, did the news channel ever have like showers in the building for people to?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. We did.
There's a
People
shower
use
in the
them?
makeup room.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Only in an extreme emergency.
Yeah.
Was it like a one person or like a locker room situation?
Just a one person.
It seems kind of odd to shower at work.
It does.
The world's combining too much.
But if you were outside in the
Yeah.
driving rain or something, and then you had to go and anchor a newscast, I never took a shower there. But in the case of an emergency, you could have.
Well, they're not happy. Are you effing kidding me? Biggest event in sports last night, and you don't have the audio ready? You really do that little show prep? That's from the convex piece of Tim Skull.
Yeah.
That's bait. I'm not taking any bait.
You're not taking bait today?
Not taking bait.
For you.
I'm not taking bait today.
I'm taking my family to 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor. They're on Manchester in Baldwin. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, who says no dental insurance. That's not a problem. They have a membership plan at 100 West Dental that aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance, and they have a great offer for TMA listeners. You mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. All you have to do is go to 100westdental.com. If you're not sure about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100, 100westdental.com on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com and Dr. Brandon Pryor. Get involved on the program by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Open up the YouTube app on your phone, type in TMASTL, and there's 144 friends in there talking it over, including AM, Darth 007, Show Prep Bill, Lex Luthor, and Spicy So. They're all in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. I tried to do a QFTA yesterday, and I was told I can't do it. I got a movie boy recording. Yeah. Candidly, I was pissed, and
out of the studio?
And I sent screenshots of that exchange to what I call corporate.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Lay a little message out.
Yeah.
You really big-footed Tim out of the studio?
No, I used a different studio.
I was gone already, baby.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, once he said I'd movie boy at 1 o'clock, I'm going to yield.
Okay.
Oh,
Who do you have, Gareth coming in?
Different friend of the pod. Surprised for Saturday. It'll be fun.
Wow, surprise guest?
Yeah, surprise guest.
Is the film a surprise also, or can you talk about that?
It's a large collection of movies, not one specific. So it's an all-encompassing episode.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think people will enjoy it.
All right.
Yeah, but I usually record that in the evening time, so I don't have any...
Don't say evening time.
Why not?
Like that.
Well, you didn't need to say time.
Yeah,
I just say in the evening is redundant?
I don't know if I would say it's redundant so much as superfluous.
Okay. That right there is a good word.
I went to St.
It's like when you
Lucie
say
High.
fall time is here.
Fall
Again,
time.
Fall time is here. You don't have to say time.
I usually record in the evenings, and so I usually don't have any hang-ups, but yesterday was the afternoon recording, so apologies.
Now, when I say you've been suspended 2 days' time, that time is necessary.
Correct.
Because it shows a more punitive nature.
Sure. Yeah.
And the tariffs, of course.
The tariffs, they don't feel good.
Yeah.
They're not designed to.
I feel bad for Seattle. I was hoping they would make it, but Toronto will give L.A. a better series. That's from Darth 007. Doug, do you think Toronto will give the Dodgers a better series?
Oh, possibly so. Toronto and Seattle pretty close to the same quality teams.
Both from the north, one from the United States of America,
Yeah.
one from Canada,
Mm-hmm.
both wearing blue and white, just like the Dodgers. That's fun.
Yeah, that's a pretty even matchup.
Which uniform do you prefer, Toronto's or Seattle's?
Great question. Good question.
I kind of like Seattle's just because it's a little different.
You like some teal boy?
I don't mind Teal Boy.
I don't mind the teal boy either. I think I really like the Blue Jays. The font they use on their uniform.
Doug,
I
you
think-
like the font of the
Well, it's
Toronto?
okay. It's kind of a futuristic
Yeah,
look.
it kind of has like line. I don't know. I like it.
All right,
Chance for
Doug.
Drake to get his get back here.
On Kendrick, yeah. Toronto and
I
LA.
lost you there.
Toronto and LA, just like Drake and Kendrick.
F the Doyers. That's from Patrick Bateman.
F the who? Oh, the
Doyers.
Dodgers.
That's what you say when you're trying to insult the Dodgers, right?
Doyers.
Like when you say tenor about Tennessee, you're insulting Tennessee.
I
Like
think
you
that's
say
the
misery
way,
about Missouri, you're insulting Missouri. See what I'm saying?
I think that's the way Spanish speakers say Dodgers. Doyers.
Your team is moving on to the World Series. First person I want to hear from is their front office, not the players or managers. That's from Pink Pony Doug. Jackson, what does that mean?
Doug's work husband.
I don't know. First thing I want to hear from is the front office.
Do you have some front office clips?
Like the traveling secretary, their thoughts on
CJ
the
Sherry,
General manager, perhaps?
Cardinals.
Team president?
Does the GM usually speak immediately after a ALCS loss?
Only if someone interviews him.
Fair.
He doesn't call a press conference or anything to announce they won.
Very logical for a segment here. Just going right into
because sometimes they'll go down and join in the locker room celebration, patting guys on the back and everything, and then someone sticks a mic in their face. And
but after a loss, I feel like it's rare for a GM to be like,
probably wouldn't be.
Hey, I'm answering questions. Everyone come over to me.
Yeah, take your shots.
Yeah, usually they wait a couple days.
Yeah.
Next season, the Blue Jays ought to have their logo changed to two Blue Jays sitting on the ends of a bat. That's from the climate activist private jet.
I like the Blue Jays logo too. I like when they put the maple leaf in the back. I think it looks good.
I bet you do.
Well, I think the maple leaf is Toronto Maple Leafs, another gorgeous uniform.
What country do you like more?
America. Too cold in Canada.
Yeah, it really is.
Is that the Northwest Territories or the Yukon Territories?
Northwest Territories. Does anyone actually live there? That's way up there.
If you are in the Northwest Territories this morning, call in. We'll move you to the front of the line, 314-974-0101. Can you ask Libby Jack his power rankings for the final three cities in terms of their political climate? That's from Daddy Padre.
No comment.
Get involved on the program. Text in, just like Daddy Padre. Blues getting ready tonight, Doug, for the Kings, and that's awesome that he's already up, even though I don't know if he's starting tonight.
He doesn't play. He's not on the team. He's never been on the team. He practiced a few times.
314-399-9646. Then you have that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 161 friends now have gathered to talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in. Compete with the greats. Currently, Shooter McGavin with a 2-goal lead over Buck Swope for the month of October. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt at the dais for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at Washington University, where he also served as chief resident. And he operates Psychiatric Care and Research Center and is conducting a study in which TMA listeners can receive compensation. PCRC is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials for anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri, and compensation will be provided for your time and your travel. Dr. John Canale has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. If you are interested in being part of these clinical research trials, give them a call at 636-244-3593 or go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. Doug Jerry Lee Lewis, who liked himself an older woman.
How much older? Considerably older?
Jackson? Is this Dennis Quaid or is this Jerry Lee Lewis?
This is Jerry Lee.
And we are celebrating his 100th birthday today.
Oh, is that right?
No, it's Glenn Powell's birthday, who's in Top Gun Maverick. And
That's not the same thing.
That's close enough.
It isn't.
Although his birthday is coming up in 7 days.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Or no, I'm sorry, that's the day he died. Whoops.
Oh,
well, we'll celebrate that then.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways by texting and by calling and by emailing in or by talking it over on our TMA channel, and that is youtube.com/TMA STL. For my birthday, can we have some Sade coming in after the next break, Jackson?
Sure.
That's from Spicy So.
Always happy to play some
Sade.
Sade.
Spicy Sal, though, isn't it? Spicy Sal.
Well, it's like General Sal's.
General Sal's chicken and waffle fries.
Is that a good
getting
combo
that
with waffle fries?
That's how
Waffle
it was
fries
eaten
with,
back in
Chinese
China.
food?
Correct.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, you wash down your General Sal's with waffle fries.
Oh, I don't want to.
It's popular in Ireland. That's actually a thing. It's
What
popular.
is that supposed to mean?
I knew where this was going to go. That's why I almost didn't
What is
say
that supposed to mean?
I'm telling you.
Wouldn't mind a Twitter apology.
That's what they did. They like Chinese food and they put it on top of French fries.
Really?
Has nothing to do with anything with
Potato famine.
potatoes.
It always goes back to the potato famine with this guy, and I know what he's trying to do.
It's a real thing.
Tim and Jackson, have you guys made any NBA bets? That's from the amateur proctologist. Doug, of course, the NBA season is getting underway. And whereas I wanted to go to John Kelly making his return to St. Louis tonight with the LA Kings, the Stiefel dossier calls for Doug breaking down the Eastern Conference.
Doug? I was thinking about the amateur proctologist name. Of all the things you wouldn't want to be an amateur in, it's proctology.
Well, you certainly wouldn't want to use an amateur proctologist.
Or be one.
Well, it could
You gotta start somewhere.
It could be lucrative.
Not if you're an amateur. You're accepting no pay.
No.
Yeah, you just do it for the love of the game, kind of like Neil
Right.
Shipley. He got his tour card, though, did he?
It's like college sports. These are amateurs.
Well, that would be recreational proctologist. I think amateur, you could still get paid.
I don't know. Don't you lose your amateur status as a proctologist
You're
as
not
soon as you
certified.
have
I think
some
if
money?
you just collect compensation through Venmo, you're fine. Take a look at the tax codes, though.
Okay.
John Kelly making his return tonight for the Blues and the Kings. John Kelly saying in the Post-Dispatch this morning, it's going to be emotional to go to the game and to walk into the press box. 21 years, that's a lot of games that I've called out of Enterprise Center, and there are a lot of great memories, so it will be emotional. And great to connect with a lot of people that I know. I'm sure I'll see some fans while I'm around St. Louis, too. It will be emotional for sure. That is former Blues broadcaster, now with the LA Kings, John Kelly, on the call tonight.
Yeah, be great to see him again. I don't think I'll get to see him, but I wonder if there's any way we'll be able to watch his broadcast to see if they do it any differently with the Kings than they did with the Blues.
You want to use my VPN?
Sure.
The Blues are expected to honor Kelly in some form early in the contest, although no exact plans have been announced. Similar situations in recent years have had the returning person with strong ties to the club being saluted during a stoppage in play. FanDuel Sports Network Midwest also plans to recognize Kelly during its telecast of the contest. So there is expected to be some kind of...
Well, you couldn't do it too long during play. He'll get a commercial break, but those only last a couple minutes. So I'm sure they'll show him on the big board in the arena, and he'll wave, and he'll get a standing ovation. Everyone will be teary-eyed, and then the commercial break will be over, and it'll be back to business, be my guess. I don't think they do anything before the game.
Chris Zimmerman of the Blues said, we have had captains leave our team and come back to play. Certainly this is going to be a unique situation of really a Blues legend coming back and broadcasting in a different seat. The Kelly family is iconic to our brand. Kelly will be busy on his lengthy stay in St. Louis. He and his wife are in the process of selling their home in the area, and his wife Jennifer has remained in town to pack and oversee the process.
Yeah, a process they didn't see coming.
That's right.
Yeah, that would be a major hassle. Well, it's a shame he can't spend more time here, but I'm sure it's going to be a whirlwind the day or two that he's here.
Well, I'm anxious to see how they honor him and how it all plays out this evening. Blues and Kings this evening. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. You can catch the action here on 101 ESPN as the Blues try to make it 2 straight. So iconic that they fired him. That's from the Oakville O-Face, and he's not happy. Let's see. You were so good for so long that we whacked you. That will be our celebration. That is from Steven time. Let's see.
I don't think they'll say those exact words.
You think that you don't think
I wouldn't think so.
But you can't be sure.
You can hear Tom Calhoun bellow that over the PA system. So iconic, we whacked him. I don't think that's the way it'll go.
Jackson, will more people in St. Louis watch the Blues and Kings or the Lakers and Warriors tonight? Thanks. That's from the amateur proctologist. He's back.
Blues and Kings, for sure.
Yeah.
Warriors and Lakers tips off at 9 p.m. here, so yeah, I can't see much there.
I hope the Kings win 21-0 to honor his legacy. Steven time wants to see the Blues fall tonight and have 21-goal deficit in the festivities. Do you think that they...
No. Makes me wonder what the biggest NHL blowout of all time is.
Literally just as you were saying that. Yeah. Biggest loss in NHL history. You want to take a guess?
I remember something like 11-0 once.
Let me go over that.
Yeah.
It probably was worse way
It
back
happened
when.
in 1944.
Yeah, oh God.
Detroit Red Wings against the New York Rangers.
All right.
Oh, the blue shirts.
15-0.
15-0
nice,
is correct. 15-0 defeat.
Good show prep on that one.
That'd be tough.
Do you bother to pull the goalie late when you're down 15?
If we can just get 2 or 3 back, we'll be right there.
Got to cover the number. You are welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you can call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. And, of course, you are also welcome to open up your YouTube app and then type TMA STL in the search. Subscribe to our channel, and then you're in there, and you can just watch the show. Or you can talk it over with Jock Hoare, Darth 007, Lex Luthor, MD 2020, and Martin's Wildcat Agenda, who is all talking to Patrick, and he's over at Immaculata. And Doug, you do your Mount Rushmore of wealthy parishes in Immaculata as the George Washington?
I've never really done that. I guess we could toss it around.
Where'd Mary Queen of Peace go?
It might be in there. What's the one there by Chaminade?
Our Lady of Pillar.
Yeah. So
St. Clement?
That's in. Okay, we'll go with those 4.
I didn't hear St. Gabriel.
No, I wouldn't put it in there.
St. Raphael?
I wouldn't put it in there.
So now you're going after my father's alma mater.
No, but I think the 4 that we named are probably pretty close to being the Rushy.
Why do you hate the South Side?
I don't hate anything.
It seems like they're all in one specific area.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
I'm gonna fire a bullet on Annunziata.
Where's that?
That's the goal. Just like St. Louis Country Club with a small little sign.
Annunziata?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up.
Is that what it is, Doug?
I don't know. I don't think I've been there.
Send in your Mount Rushmore of wealthy.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, and who gets bounced?
Parishes.
St. Clement going to get bounced? Mary Queen of Peace going to get bounced?
Is that in Webster?
Mary Queen of Peace is.
Yeah, the Peace.
That just got bounced.
Yeah.
Oh, Cottleville will be happy.
Oh, this one's right next to Log Cabin. Yeah, this is in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I bust tables over there one night. That's how I know
did
about
you
it,
really?
St. Justin's is better than Immaculata. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Where's that?
It's Joey Vitale's alma mater.
Yeah, that's Sunset Hill.
Got to do some show prep, man.
Probably not in our Mount Rushmore.
Got to do some show prep. I would put St. Gabe's as the best because Tim went there. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Here we go.
That's certainly in the eye of the beholder. This is not in the eye of the beholder. We have a wonderful opportunity for TMA listeners, and it's 5-iron golf. Jackson, when are we going to go over there? When are we going to close the face of the 7-iron, adjust the path? We're going to get a little deeper, shallower, problems, deeper, compression, and then the next thing you know, we got a weight shift, and you're hitting that 7-iron 185 carry.
Sign me up, man.
All right.
Let's do it.
Get it all going at 5-iron golf in Clayton. It is a brand new combination of a place where you can just practice on 13 different TrackMan simulators, or they have a high caliber restaurant quality menu for you, and including chef inspired dining and a vibrant bar setting. It's 5irongolf.com. Now here's what they got going. TMA listeners, you tell them you're a TMA listener, you get 10% off a membership. It's only $169 per month. And if you join this month, you are going to receive 10% off when you let them know you are a TMA listener. I cannot advocate it enough, whether you just want to practice or you want to go in there and play. They have 200 different courses you can play, including St. Andrews and Bethpage Black, and Pebble Beach. All there, including 200 plus world-class courses, rain or shine, with no dress code. You can just go in there and relax. And if you'd like, you can even get a swing evaluation when you join, so you can actually see where your game is at. It's 5-Iron Golf online at 5irongolf.com. Let them know you are a TMA listener, and you get 10% off at 5-Iron Golf. 5-Iron Golf, new sponsor here on TMA, and when I walked in there, I couldn't believe how great it is. You get 10% off the $169 monthly membership, and you let them know you are a Morning After listener. It is 7:34 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Take a commercial break. Come back with more here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
You've heard me talk about the Village Bar for years. Love hanging out there. Love the whole environment. Watching a Mizzou game, Cardinals, Blues, just hanging with friends. Such a cool spot to meet up. Best cheeseburger in town. Enjoying the waffle fries, you name it. It's all great. Trashed wings. But you may not have known that cool barn out back, that is the home to 1879 Distilling. And over the last few years, they have put together some award-winning, handcrafted, small batch spirits. Things like Red Barn vodka, 6 different flavored vodkas, the premium brand as well. There's 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon. All of these great spirits are being made right in back at the Village Barn. Again, awards being won. So this is something that you're going to start hearing more and more about. And I encourage you to ask for it by name. Instead of saying, hey, I'll have a vodka tonic, say I'll have a Red Barn vodka and tonic, or an 1879 Manhattan. 1879distilling.com. That is the website. Find out more. Great story, quality, taste, tradition. It dates back to the early 1800s, the German distilling that took place in our town. Ask for it by name. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the LA Kings right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, General Sow, Spicy Sow requested Sade
All right, there she
for
is.
his birthday. I'm assuming it's a he. Doug insists it's probably a lady, but either way, here is Sade. Did you hear how I hit the post?
I did, yeah.
Really good.
Thank you. Doug, I was exiting the Inside STL Enterprises LLC offices. I think it was 2014. Of course, it was, 6, 7 p.m. I had been there all day doing the show. But, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. Clock in early, leave late. You lead by example, as you know. And that's why I get here before everybody else every morning. It's 6:59. And exiting Jim Edmonds' 15 Steakhouse was Sade.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well,
Was she playing a show here or something?
I just think it's probably just like she had vacation.
Right. Much like the people in London after the Rams played there.
I think that might have been an impact. I think it might have been, man.
That was a cool restaurant.
Gotta get there.
It was.
How long did it last? Just a few years, though, right?
Yeah. It's like a supernova.
Yeah.
Not many of those athlete restaurants last like a super long time, I feel.
think that one was a matter of location.
Yeah.
Had that been across the street
Trying
from
to
Busch
crap
Stadium.
on the choices for Inside STL's world headquarters for 9 years?
Well, you're doing an office there. It didn't matter. But for a restaurant, had that, especially one owned by a former Cardinal star, had it been across the street from Busch Stadium, it'd probably still be going great guns.
I like that phrase.
Great guns.
I do.
But Shannon had a restaurant right by the stadium. It didn't work.
He got cuckolded by Ballpark Village.
Yeah.
They blocked
Is that
him.
what that was?
The cucking.
And so on the final weekend of his broadcast, he decided to announce they were selling the franchise.
Yeah.
That's big Irish right there for you. That is outstanding.
That was another very cool restaurant. If you were ever in there, all the pictures and memorabilia.
It was
That
great.
a great
And let me
place.
tell you something. In papers, this predates you, but when the new ballpark opened up, and Ballpark Village was just a lake in left field. Do you remember that? It was just a lake.
Lake DeWitt, they called it.
Mike Shannon's outfield was a pony. And I want to say this. P-O-N-Y. You
Really?
ain't got no alibi. It's a pony. Nipsey Russell, Goldie Hawn, Wildcats, along with Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipe.
We had a TMA event there at least once.
A number of them. Pony. P-O-N-Y. You can't even imagine it now.
Right.
Because it doesn't exist.
Didn't you do the Cougars next door there one year?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to bring that back.
Yeah.
That was like an offshoot.
It was. God, I forgot about that. Yes.
That's kind of like Real Housewives before it.
Yeah,
It was very similar indeed.
Boy, yeah, that was a whole scene. Yeah. I think one of them was coming off a divorce and pursued one of our 21-year-old employees.
Oh, is that right?
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Well, it's going to happen. If you're interested in pursuing our 27-year-old employee, call in.
Yeah.
Jackson is available. You just wave to the camera, 314-974-0101.
You like the idea of this, don't you?
I don't mind being,
Cougar next door.
raffled off.
Oh, really?
It's always gone well for me in the past.
All right, we're starting with bids on Jackson. What are we going to start him at, 10,000?
Yeah, it seems like a good number.
$10,000 for one date?
For one night. Yeah.
10,000.
That's where we start. That's not. Don't worry. We're gonna probably get up to 150, 160,000. But we're gonna start the bidding at 10,000. You can send your bids in 314-399-9646. I would bid on Jackson simply because I sent him some audio this morning, and I told him some of the audio links I send to him he gets right away, and some of them you just got to trust the process. Yesterday or Sunday night, I sent him the Alma Mater Gentleman.
Yeah, which is great return music.
Which we used as return music. And then, Doug, there is some hashtag backlash because some are not feeling like Missouri and Vanderbilt are worthy enough of College Game Day being on site in Nashville this Saturday morning. They understand, of course, when it's Athens, Georgia, or Tuscaloosa, or Norman, Oklahoma. or Eugene, Oregon, as they were at for Indiana and Oregon. And I sent this over to Jackson. He titled it in our Stiefel dossier, "Some Soft-Spoken Neckbeard Does a Walk and Talk." Complaining about college game day going to Vandy because all they care about is, quote, stories and numbers. Some soft-spoken neckbeard.
He's like on a farm or like a ranch of some
sort.
sort.
So you don't like the farmer, the hardworking American. You want the guy who signs the checks and gets to vacation in St. Bart's.
Let's lock in on the crops and quit out and knock off the...
It is harvest time, isn't it?
Well, maybe the crops are in already.
Maybe, but then quit taking selfie videos of you complain with no... like logical.
All right, well, let's hear. We'll be the judge of it. We'll be the judge of it. I don't like the way you framed it as some soft-spoken neckbeard. But I would say you should start the bidding now at $50,000 for Jackson.
Here you go.
Are we all kind of over college game day now? How many times have they been to Athens in the past few years? And that's not to knock how good Georgia's been recently, but they're just recycling the same locations over and over. If this was 5 years ago, no doubt in my mind, they would have gone to BYU-Utah game. And then this weekend, they're going to Vanderbilt, which is fine. Vanderbilt's doing really good this year, coming off a good year last year. But it's like they're doing the easy choices instead of ones that would be more fun for people to watch, if anybody's still watching. I know that they've been there before, but in FCS, you have North Dakota State and South Dakota, I think, number one versus number two. Why would you not want to involve them?
Because
and this really isn't hating on the SEC. I mean, it's valid. The conference is pretty deep. But again, they're really just prioritizing who they feel is the most important to them and who's going to bring in the most numbers.
Imagine that.
I know it's a business, but it's like they're just disregarding the fans and what people want and just bringing in celebrities and doing small little concerts during the show. And I feel like they're just missing the point of what the fans want to see and what the show was and what people are excited to see.
Who is this soft-spoken?
I know.
neckbeard?
It's like it gets to a great like dumbing down discourse around certain topics like that.
What
That had no
platform was he on?
logic behind it. It had no decent points. He's virtue signaling with the North Dakota State, South Dakota State
That's
thing.
virtue signaling.
Yeah,
to the
no one
Dakotas?
gives a damn about the FCS number one and number two.
Oh my!
No one does. Like, tell me out there, like anyone who's actually like, yeah, I'm fired up for the North Dakota State, South Dakota State.
They do in the Badlands of Dakota.
Yeah, they can love it there, but that's nonsense.
What was the platform? Was this just some guy?
Yeah, he was just walking
So why
around.
did
You
we-
hear the-
how did we get it?
You hear the leaves crunching.
That's my handiwork. You trust the process, and you could hear the leaves crackling. And you
Yeah,
like that.
you could.
You
No, I
don't want me
like
to
that.
try to book him?
No, I don't. His name is Corey, and I don't want Corey on the program. That was like, there's no logic there. Like, you got to use some logic. And he said, if anyone's watching, they've averaged the most views they've ever had.
They're having their biggest season this year?
They're having their biggest
Oh, is
season.
that
They're
right? I
averaging
didn't know that.
2.2 million viewers
Doug,
per
is that
episode.
in condemnation of Lee Corso?
No, I don't think it is.
I think it's just college football is becoming more and more popular by the second.
Yeah.
More so than anything. But it's like, and I think a lot of what I've seen, which is more fair than that guy who didn't even bring up one decent point, but thank you for the audio, the point of like, well, they keep going to SEC schools. It's like, yeah, but this is Vanderbilt. Like, Vanderbilt doesn't host game day. But they're having a great season. It's a great story. They have a great marketable star in Diego Pavia. It makes all the sense of the world to go to Nashville this week.
I guess you could have made an argument that if you're ever going to get to Utah playing BYU would have been the time to do it.
But that last week.
That was last week.
That was last
Yeah,
week.
I know, but
Yeah.
they could have gone last week and probably explained
Was
that.
Big Noon there? I think Big Noon was there.
I don't recognize Big Noon's existence.
Oh.
Game day is so good that its viewers care where it's broadcast from. It's like when TMA listeners care about what Jackson wears to work. That's from Steven time.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, the second you stop hearing complaints about the location of game day is the second they actually are in trouble.
Doug, take a listen to this.
Okay.
Criticism is currency. I want you to listen.
Okay, say that again so I understand it better.
Criticism is currency.
Currency.
Apathy
Apathy
is irrelevance.
is irrelevance. Okay. All right. Criticism is irrelevance. Apathy is currency.
That's right. Relatability.
Relatability
builds success.
Success, that's right.
Success
in turn
destroys relatability.
Okay.
I want everybody to think about that now.
All right.
What are you thinking?
It's heavy. It's deep. I'm going to need some time away.
Oh, are you really?
I've been wanting to go on vacation for a while. Maybe this is the perfect time to do it.
How many times have you grabbed the poop?
Oh.
That's a callback, I believe, to Lenora Sellers talking about Mike Shula in South Carolina before things went sideways for Jackson's favorite head coach, Shane Beamer, and he is on the watch, as are a number of coaches. Hugh Freeze, Doug, did not get the vote of confidence that Luke Fickell and Mike Norvell did yesterday. He was asked would he like one. Here is the Auburn head coach, fresh off of his double overtime loss to your University of Missouri Tigers.
I guess today you've had some programs like Florida State and Wisconsin where their ADs have come out and talked about supporting their current head coaches. I guess, first of all, have you talked to John Cohen since Saturday night about the state of the program, what he thinks? And then I guess second question would be, what would a statement of support mean or not mean? Like, do you need that at all?
Well, that would be huge. That'd make everyone feel a lot better for sure. Yeah, I haven't talked to John. I'm gonna say John has been so supportive ever since, obviously, my hire.
Sucking up
and
here.
But I don't get too much into. They have a job to do, and certainly he has people he has to answer to, and I know how close we are. I know I can get this fixed, and we're too dang close. And we've got to get a little bit better play and a little bit better coaching at a few spots. And I want a chance to fix this.
Doug, so he has not heard from the athletic director, who did not issue a supportive statement yesterday. So Hugh Freeze blows in the wind as he gets ready to take on Woo Pig Suey.
Okay. Well, they're 0-4 in the conference.
I can't believe he's still got a job.
You want him out?
I don't want him out necessarily.
I gave you a parlay of over 1.5 coaches fired from the SEC, and I didn't hit. Man, I felt good about it. I felt real good. I knew Florida had the bye week. That would probably be the witching hour for Billy Napier. And liking Missouri against Auburn, I figured that would be it for Hugh Freeze, and somehow he gets to hang around.
I guess they're going to see if he can maybe beat a Arkansas team that also is in a similar position to Auburn.
They already fired their coach.
Yeah, but like in the sense of just can't win games, like a pretty decent team that can't win. And I guess that's the plan. But if they lose to Arkansas and still keep him around, that would be, I think the fans on the Plains would revolt.
I think it would be fun if we had a season where every team that doesn't win the national title fires their coach.
We might have it right now.
And it's just musical chairs where everyone just switches around.
Only
with
one
team
guy gets
coach.
to keep his job.
Like a survivor pool.
It's sort of, yeah. Sure. I'm still thinking about that darn soft-spoken neckbeard.
Clip that off.
Doesn't like the game.
Life must be pretty good. You must have everything taken care of if you have time to set up a camera and talk for 10 minutes or so about the location of College Game Day.
And walk through the foliage?
Mm-hmm.
Just walking back and forth.
And virtue signal for North Dakota and South Dakota?
I don't get that. That one is the most frustrating thing.
I think they're ranked 1 and 2.
They are. But they play every year. But, like, do you really want College Game Day going there? Like, do you think that the national audience is fired up for that game?
Wouldn't bother me at all.
That doesn't bother me either, but I would prefer it to be at Vanderbilt when Missouri's going there.
I think that it is going to, they're going to get somebody significant because so many people of significant cachet, take your pick from the entertainment industry or country music, live in Nashville. They're going to get a heavy hitter.
Yeah. Who do we want to do a predictionary?
Doug, you want to do a predictionary on who will be the celebrity guest picker at Missouri Vanderbilt at 10:45 Central as the Tigers look to go up against Heisman Trophy candidate Diego Pavia and shoot themselves into the top 10 and wait for Mike Elko and Texas A&M in Columbia, Missouri.
Here's my pick. It's on ESPN, right?
That's right.
Owned by Disney.
Yes.
ABC, owned by Disney. ABC has American Idol. American Idol has Luke Bryan. I'm going Luke Bryan.
Luke Bryan's Georgia all day.
I was going to say, he's a huge
Short
Georgia
that
guy.
market. Short Doug Vaughn's market.
But he's gonna live right there. He's gonna have some things to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. He's such a big Georgia guy.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, who
Chairman
else?
Kurt, do you want to fire a bet at the pot?
If he wouldn't have been down in Tuscaloosa a few weeks ago, I would maybe sprinkle a little on Theo Vaughn, but that's obviously out now.
I don't think it's going to be this week.
I don't have anything at the moment.
I'm not sure how many country singers went to Vanderbilt. You may have a hard time finding one.
Chris Stapleton.
He did? He went to Vanderbilt?
Yep.
So that's your choice.
I like Stapleton as a possible play. I don't know what his tour. Do you have his concert schedule?
I
Pull up
don't.
his concert schedule.
Gotta do some show prep, man. I'm
Show
sorry. I
prep.
should probably hand this off air.
I
but
texted you guys last night we were going to do this.
Carrie Underwood's kind of
Yeah,
Miss
I thought
Nashville,
about
isn't she?
her. I think there's a different female country star. There's a different
Lainey
female.
Wilson?
No, I think she has connections to both Nashville and Missouri. Ooh.
Initials, please.
SC.
SC. Sherry Cooper?
No.
Sheryl Crow.
Sheryl Crow. Lives in Nashville, went to Missouri.
Wow.
Best connection we have so far.
Last week, they brought out Jelly Roll, and he's all Tennessee all day.
Yeah, in T-Town.
Right.
I think that would further my point. Sheryl Crow from Missouri, or went to Missouri.
But they were in Athens last week.
Were they in Athens last week?
Yeah, F me. Forget about it.
Yeah.
What about Nate Bargatze? He's a big Vanderbilt guy.
Yeah, that probably actually will be it.
Oh, I just hit it. Nice.
Damn it. I didn't think about that. I didn't know he was a Vandy guy.
I don't know if he's touring.
He is. I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Kurt.
They can
Look at
pull
you.
off it.
The date of the game is the 25th.
The date of Missouri.
Well, I'd have to look it up.
I'm bad with dates.
Yes.
He's in Cincinnati that night.
Oh.
Wow, yeah, it's just northern Kentucky.
Yeah.
He'd be there in
I
no
could
time.
absolutely see that. Hell, I don't think Chappelle left for a show in St. Louis until like Chris Rock was halfway through his set.
Who's the country artist? It's not Kenny Chesney, who wouldn't perform until the UNC game was over? Like, North Carolina was playing in the NCAA tournament.
Probably Eric Church.
Eric Church, that's what it was, yeah. Wasn't going to
Like
perform.
Eric Church?
I don't know if I've ever listened to a single song by him.
Oh, God in heaven, Doug.
You wouldn't like it.
You don't think?
No.
Why not?
I know your taste a little bit.
No, people think they know me. That's the funny thing.
Lainey Wilson is listed by WhiskeyRiff.com as being live. Doug, she is on the opening song
yeah, she
for
is.
College Game Day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's been on. Wasn't she on SEC Nation? And I would imagine she's LSU all day.
Yeah, that would make sense.
She plays in Knoxville on Friday and then is heading to North Carolina for a show on Saturday. But they could PJ. I don't think she's going to want to do that.
Someone said Jay Cutler.
Dansby Swanson.
Jackson, you love Dansby Swanson.
Dansby Swanson.
I do like Dansby. That'd be kind of random. I mean, he's a great ball player.
What about Pecorine?
Pecorine, like the cheese? Pecorino?
The goaltender! That's it. We're all out of here. Every one of us.
Pecorine?
Clear the studio.
Is he the goalie for the Predators?
He was.
Was?
Legend.
Yeah, so legendary. I thought it was a cheese.
I hear Jamie Rivers music.
Pecorine.
Oh, no, Doug.
Well, you said it like it was one word.
The gentleman's name.
I know, but I need some space. Oh, he's Finnish. Hello, Pecorine. Number 35 in your programs, number 1 in your hearts.
Morgan Wallen, you idiots!
He's
That's
a
from
Tennessee
Harrison's
guy.
brother Master.
I thought he was a Tennessee guy. I thought he was UT.
Harrison's brother Master.
I'm not sure it's going to matter who their favorite team is. If they're in Nashville and they're a big star and have some knowledge
Usually
of college
they have
football.
some tie to a team.
Yeah, it's usually something.
But Jelly Roll didn't, right?
He loves the Volunteers.
Yeah, and he's got face tats.
Even though the game was
But that wasn't their
Ole
game.
Miss and Georgia. Sharon and Clayton's beside ourselves on the Pecorine thing. FFS, Piddles. Sharon and Clayton. Get this pale kid out of the studio and onto the streets. Do some show prep, pal. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
All right, cut it off. I'm done. We just addressed that. I'm not listening to the rest of that. That's a terrible call. It's football. Please call next time.
Jay Cutler is getting a lot of votes.
He just got himself out of some legal trouble, I believe. I don't know if that factors into anything.
Unbelievable head of hair on that guy.
Jay Cutler?
Yeah.
Barry Manilow is the game day guest on Saturday, according to the Worst Woods Wacko, and he had the Sam Horn thing first, so this is a guy who's kind of dialed in.
Barry Manilow.
Patrick Bateman says Charlotte Flair played water polo at Vandy.
How about that?
That's his guess.
Barry Manilow, 82 years old.
How about this? We had a TMA listener. I don't know if he wants to be identified, but he's more than welcome to. So he's staying in Nashville for work, and I guess he has both my name and my father's name, Doug, and we share the same first name, different middle name. Okay. So therefore, I am not, by the letter of the law, a junior. So I guess in a confused state, he sends pictures from his hotel room and a video of his hotel room in Nashville to my father and writes the following. Tim, I'm in Nashville this week on business. If you would like, I can see if I can extend my reservation until Sunday. I'm here every month for a week. I'm due to check out on Friday, but I have extended my stay often. I get a discounted rate, and then he names the hotel, and have their biggest suite when I arrive. Let me know when, if you have interest, and I'll see what I can do. Room vid and views from the room. Other pics from Nashville available upon request. What? Oh my, doing my best Iggy here. Not to 500 yet, but damn, the number is growing. And hot youngins, tee. So my dad gets that text.
What in the world?
That had to be a treat for him.
Along with a video of the gentleman's room with him like lurking in the mirror in the window in the background.
Is he
was clothed, right?
Is he trying to say you could stay in this hotel if you go there this weekend?
Where he's clearly engaging in coitus and he's showing me the bed, but it goes to my father.
And what does your dad have to say about that?
I'll take the room.
He interested in staying in Nashville?
I had sex and now Dad is dead.
What a delight for my father to receive, and as you might imagine, it was a little confusing.
William's hands were shaking.
That's the problem with
what a douche. That's from Arbor Day.
Same name is be an issue. We thought Iggy sent an email about a mattress to Jesse Kiowski.
Yes, it went to Hubbard Radio Market President John Kiowski about Iggy wanted a trade deal, I believe, for a mattress and also an apartment. And that went to the president.
Right.
With the marketing thing being live where Iggy lives.
Right. Similar when you have the same initial or same name.
I don't have
run into these issues.
I don't have a lot of compulsions, but one I do have is looking about 8 times to make sure I'm sending text to the right person.
Yeah.
I live in fear that that's going to bite me.
This turbo simp who texted Tim Sr. is the biggest loser ever. Block him, Doug. That's from Big Tough.
I'm close to it.
Boy, that is effing creepy. That's from Doug's prison.
So did your dad just forward that to you?
It was brought to my attention by the sender.
Ah, okay.
Who then realized what he had done.
Have you spoken to Senior about what happened?
I have not. Let's see. I am laughing so hard. Some dripping twink sent him a text of his hotel room bed. That's from the recovering alcoholic. That was really creepy, Tim. Out that freak so we know who to avoid. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. I frequently send my wife texts meant for this show. It goes over well. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. And boys, if the Tigers win Saturday, I can promise you some wives are going to be swapping. That's from the Swing Haven board member. So there's some wives waiting to be swapped, but it's based on if Missouri can stop Diego Pavia?
I don't
Seems
think
like
so.
The cause and effect.
I'm not buying that.
That would be weird if it was like, well, I don't want to kink shame anything, but
Yeah, be careful.
Go ahead.
No, but if it's like, oh my God, Mizzou just beat Vanderbilt, can we swap now? Like that idea of like it being contingent on a victory.
There's a guy just sitting on the edge of his couch, just hoping they kick that last second field goal so he can trade wives.
No, but then it like doesn't happen. It's like, man, now we can't swap.
My wife is listening to the program, and she wrote, "We should take it," with exclamation points. So I guess she's
interested.
She likes this bed video that I was sent. I guess that's hot.
So are you going to take it?
We are considering going to Nashville, but the tough thing is we don't think I would be all for it. This is on my wife. And then this poor kid's probably in the car right now listening to the program. My 3-year-old he has not removed his Missouri football jersey for 3 days, and now he runs around with a football. And I just put the video of Missouri-Auburn on television so he could watch it last night. I don't know what's going on, but we might have a true son.
Oh, great.
And Jackson's applauding. But to take the 3-year-old to Nashville might be a problem. And he's probably listening to the program right now. My wife might be switching over to the Riz program now to avoid having that potential conflict, because he would be heartbroken if he couldn't go, because this guy is obsessed with the Fighting Tigers. I mean, really obsessed.
That's what I love to hear, first and foremost.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through YouTube videos for him yesterday, and then it just starts playing the next one that is in the same genre, and we got Mr. Brightside from the Kansas game on there, and I'll have to show you the video, Jackson, but then he starts chanting.
Yeah. He call and response there.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well,
internally, very proud.
Yeah.
Very proud, but I don't know how the Wee Center preschool would feel about it.
Externally, you gotta
sit him down and say, boy, the F word, while you might hear your father say it on his podcast quite a bit, you can't say it. But you say it, Papa.
That's what he says.
Because he listens to every QFTA.
He loves QFTA.
Yeah, he sends
I beg for emails about girl activity. Yeah. It's his favorite part, he says.
That's my dad.
Yep. All right. So, yeah, if you're staying at a hotel in Nashville, I appreciate the offer, but I don't need video of your bed sent to my father.
Which in a vacuum sounds weird, but there's precedent there.
My wife just texted me, trunk or treat, bro. Yeah, we have a trunk or treat on Friday night, so that's going to kill it. So, Jackson, if you like this hotel room...
I'm good.
Why wouldn't you take it?
Oh.
Because this listener has soiled the sheets and wants you to lay in his love?
You and Pooty Britches should drive on down there and take in the game in this hotel.
That's the thing, is like you assume so much nefarious activity goes on in the hotel room that you stay in, but you don't know for sure. But when you know for sure, it's like malpractice to go through with it. So thank you, the listener, for the visuals, but the name of the pass.
Just take him, Timmy. Make some memories for the boy. You won't regret it. That's from the Linda Sniffer. We took him to the Alabama game, and in a stunning development, he was great. He was great. Loved it, and has since worn a Missouri football jersey for like 5 of the last 10 days. Jackson's really fired up about this true son.
I'm fired up, but I hope he's prepared for what the baggage that comes along with the Missouri fandom.
What are you talking about? This team's about to defeat
You're right.
Indiana for the national championship in Miami.
You're right. Let's get after it. Go Tigers.
There you go.
You don't see the heartbreak coming this year?
Oh, hell yeah. I don't know. It's just
Doug.
Just part of what, during the Auburn game, I was just sitting there in absolute despair.
Well, the heartbreak will come from every team that doesn't win it.
Making the playoff.
So the chances are about 99-1.
Be free rolling if they made the playoff.
Is that right? That's how you're going to feel when they have a 2-point deficit between the hedges with Bobby Boots coming out for a 28-yarder that he pulls left?
Oh, God. That's what I say, but I'll be heartbroken just the same.
Hey, Ho Chi Papers! Notice I didn't send a video of my room in Nashville. That's because I don't want to sleep with you or Mark, because I'm a heterosexual. That's from the Orson Was Wacko.
Thank you for texting that in to make everyone aware, because everyone was assuming that you were just gung-ho on sleeping with me.
And for the record, that makes it sound like Orson Was Wacko is the one who sent the video to my father. He was not.
Right. Right. Although that would be a funny slant.
Tim, adopt me. Thanks. And while you're at it, keep gluten-free. #free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, who wants the return of gluten-free perk on the program. Doug, you can follow her, and that's gluten-free perk on Twitter. Am I right? Is that
I don't know. I don't
where
really
she is?
follow her. I don't know.
I think she's a big Tigers fan. Anyone want to take my spot in my hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a youth soccer tournament this weekend? My wife is included. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. You are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Jackson and Doug, not happy with the cold weather this morning in the St. Louis area. It's just part of the process. We're going to be fine. We had great weather, and it's just the nature of the beast. But you know the cold is coming, and when it does, be ready to go with Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com, the longest-running sponsor on this program going back a decade. And Martin, Doug, and myself are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. I went to DesignAirService.com about 2 weeks ago, and within 2 minutes, I signed up for the furnace tune-up. I think they're coming on October 30th, Doug. I think.
Oh, is that
if you want to
right?
go by and see if
Okay.
Steve comes by. I know you like Steve.
Well, he's already been to my house, so I probably
like that Silver Fox Larry.
Well, either's fine because they know their stuff.
Just hang out in the driveway and see if you'll be under the carport, so you'll be fine.
I won't be under anything.
It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. If you want to send me videos of your hotel room, my phone number is on my MySpace page, and I'd love to see it. Then I'll forward it to my father. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Marvin Gaye. I know you're a fan.
Oh, big fan of Marvin
I know
Gaye.
you are.
Yeah.
What do you think we are hearing him in return music right now? He would have been 80 years old today.
No, based on playing Sade in the last segment, just kind of some music for lovin'. Music for lovin'.
Music for lovin'?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Well, I'd like to hear some Jodeci then.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Marvin Gaye got stabbed by his father, right?
Yes.
I believe he did.
Sam Cooke is the one that lost his life in a motel parking lot. Is that right?
I don't remember that.
I think that was Sam Cooke.
It's crowdsourcing, so I don't acknowledge it. The program can be watched on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. If you are in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who's local? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. That is why every Tuesday you can hear from one of Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, or Ed Herman, because they come in studio and they're local. And that's who you're going to want to work with. If you are in a spot where you need a personal or injury attorney, support the sponsors, especially the title sponsor of this program. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can also call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and that's what Larry Nickel has elected to do, Doug. He joins us right here
terrific.
on 101 ESPN, and it's a wrestling recap. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
It is a beautiful day in the St. Louis area. How are things in Alton?
They're pretty good right now.
Nice.
Okay.
You watching a presentation, it sounds like?
Yeah, I'm watching Martin's station, Fox 2.
What's on?
The Jack Report with Calista.
Doug, my subtitles were off.
I'm not sure I caught that. Can you say that again, Larry?
I'm watching the traffic report with Calista.
Oh, the traffic report with Calista.
Boy, I'll tell you what, this is like L.A. when it comes to traffic, so it's nice to know if the commute will take 5 minutes or 6 minutes. Larry, Doug didn't get a chance to watch Raw last night because he was watching the Blue Jays and the Mariners, so it would help if you recapped him.
Okay, last night there were 3 title matches, and then a battle royal to determine CM Punk's opponent for Saturday night's main event.
Okay.
Okay, the first title match they had was for the World Tag Team Championship.
Okay.
It was between the Judgment Day's Finn Balor and J.D. McDonough versus the tag team of AJ Styles and Dragon Lee.
Okay.
And the winners of the match and new World Tag Team Champions, AJ Styles and Dragon Lee.
Wow. Okay.
Congratulations.
Is that an upset?
Yeah, this is going to be AJ Styles' last year in WWE because he's retiring next year.
I see. Okay.
Kind of a farewell tour.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be fun.
Let him win. The writers worked that in. It's nice of them.
Doug?
Okay, sorry.
Doug?
Sorry.
Okay, the second title match was for the men's Intercontinental Championship between Rusev and Dominic Mysterio.
Is he the son of Rey Mysterio?
Rusev?
No, Rusev versus Dominic Mysterio, and Dominic Mysterio is the son of Rey Mysterio.
How about that, Doug?
Okay.
Rey Mysterio would go up against guys like a full foot taller than him and just beat the hell out of
I'm
them.
sure he would. Happens all the time in real life, too.
Luchador mask?
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
That's the reason why I called into you guys a long time ago.
Okay. That was
Anyway.
how it all started.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the winner of the match and still men's Intercontinental Champion, Dominic Mysterio.
Okay.
Congratulations to him.
Is he any bigger than his pappy?
Yeah, he is bigger than his pappy.
Okay.
That off.
So it's a little more credible.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the third title match of the evening was for the women's Intercontinental Championship between Maxine Dupree and Becky Lynch.
You like that Jermaine Dupree?
Welcome to Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
And the winner of the match, and still Women's Intercontinental Champion, Becky Lynch.
Now, I know I've asked you before, but I keep forgetting. What's the difference between Intercontinental and just the World Champion?
Intercontinental Champion, for my opinion, takes place of the World Champion if they don't schedule the World Champion to compete.
It's kind of like the alternate for Miss USA.
Is that what
if the world champion is not available, the Intercontinental champion will
step up.
Yeah. Like
Because Intercontinental would mean the whole world, right?
Theoretically.
I think it's just North and South America.
No fooling.
I think.
Well, then intergalactic.
No. Intercontinental Champion is all the continents, but
the world includes the
World
oceans.
Champion is all. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention.
What?
Becky Lynch lost by disqualification to Maxine Dupree.
Doug, Becky Lynch of Happy Gilmore 2.
Okay, that means the belt cannot change hands, right?
And she's the man?
Yeah, she is a man, and Doug, you are right. You got something right for once.
Okay.
Take that.
Clip that off and use it forever. Larry, do you have the top 5 countries at your disposal?
Yes, I do. But by the way, Jey Uso won the Battle Royal and is facing CM Punk on November 1st at Saturday Night's Main Event.
Okay.
Now it's time for the top 5 countries.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Number 5 will be Australia.
All right.
Number 4 will be Chile.
Chile, okay.
Number 3 will be Greenland.
Okay.
Number 2, Canada.
Right.
Number 1, United States of America.
Yes, despite the Mariners' loss to the Blue Jays. Listen to that. You ever see the Freebird performance at the Oakland Coliseum? Was that 77? It was only 2 months before the plane crash, and I believe that was the 38th anniversary of the plane crash yesterday. Am I right on that?
Are you asking me? I don't know the years, Tim.
Neither do I, Tim.
Thank you, Larry. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America. I'll be over there Thursday for the interview with JBL.
You'll be over here?
Yeah, the Missouri Athletic Club.
Oh, okay. JBL.
John Bassell Layfield.
And who is that?
Walk in, Doug. Come on, Doug.
WWE Hall of Famer.
John Bradshaw
Layfield.
Bradshaw Layfield.
What's he doing at the MAC? Oh, is that their yearly wrestling night?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be fun for you.
Okay.
Well, all right. Okay, then,
Thank you, Larry. There he is. That's Larry Nickel on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That is a TMA exclusive, so if any other stations are going to use that, please make sure you credit us.
How about just hands off?
Yeah, it's our stuff.
It's our information.
Larry Nickel breaking it down for Doug. And, boy, you keep hammering on that Intercontinental thing.
Because I can't quite figure it out.
You want the belts to be united?
It's just another excuse to have a championship match, right?
How dare you, sir?
That's what it is.
Doug, this segment, from my standpoint, according to the Stiefel dossier, was, I think, do you have the Stiefel dossier in front of you? It's a living, breathing document, so I have the online version. And it says, it's hunting and fishing night tonight at Enterprise with an exclamation point. And I have to tell you, my read is there's sarcasm in the Stiefel dossier. That's my read.
No.
And I feel really, really good about it.
No. Fans who purchase a theme ticket will take home their choice of a limited edition blues camo or orange hat. Perfect for the rink or the woods.
See, catch that? You catch
yes.
that? Catch that?
I catch. Caught you had a little laughter.
Missouri Department of Conservation will be there. Pheasants forever. Quail forever. Ducks unlimited. Rocky Mountain elk.
Could you shoot a pheasant?
I've never fired a weapon. That might surprise some people out there.
But could you?
Could I? Yes, physically I could.
Would you have it in your heart to shoot a little bird like that?
Probably a bird, yes.
You shoot the little bird.
Those don't really tug at the heartstrings. Okay. A deer, on the other hand, I don't know if I could. Even though I know deer hunting is important, population control, not to mention deer sausage is delicious. But I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
Justin Falk, Dylan Holloway, Colton Parayko, and Jimmy Snuggerud, you know him as Jimmy Snipes, are all known to spend their off days casting a line, while Blues chairman Tom Stillman prefers to head out on a hunting trip or two when he's not leading the charge for the note. Doug, this is from the Blues website. Blues hosting their first ever hunting and fishing night tonight at Enterprise Center as they take on the Los Angeles Kings with the return of John Kelly to St. Louis.
Have you ever been hunting?
I have hunted for gerbils at Past Pets.
Well, they're easy to find when they're right there in the cage.
He asked the question and gave an answer, and I crap on it.
But you've never really gone in the woods. I can't see you as a woodsman dressed up like Elmer Fudd looking to shoot something.
Really funny if he was actually going gerbil hunting in the woods in like a full outfit.
Why can't we go to Nashville for the game? I'm going gerbil hunting. And plus, the bed we were going to stay in was clearly advertised as a place that was like a concubine. And I don't want to share those sheets.
No.
Need a linen change.
Badly.
For the text sent to my father. Email in about the text sent to my father the morning after at InsideSTL.com. For our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, call in like Larry Nickel did, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines, and text in 314-399-9646. Orson Woods Wacko says, pheasant hunting is great. It's an opportunity to shoot that annoying friend everybody has. So he's taking his opportunity to
Isn't
take
that what
someone
Dick
out.
Cheney did?
I believe that was it.
Right in the face.
I believe.
How could you miss that badly?
Little bird shot. Pepper him a little.
Will the B-Fit give John Kelly a standing ovation tonight? That's from Mahomes' long body. That's B-Fit,
Yes.
as in B-F-I-H.
Absolutely.
100%.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Will.
Probably a long one, if I had
I
to
would
bet.
imagine.
Yeah. And well earned.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that is going to be. I'll set the over/under at 88.5 seconds.
I think it's a really good
seconds.
number, Tim.
Thank you.
I think it's a really good number.
That's
I
a
can't go
long
under.
time.
I can't go that. If he stands
I'll be
up and
clocking it.
waves,
Stopwatch, baby, stopwatch.
It's a minute 28.
if it's a
standing
stand up
ovation.
and wave situation, over. If it's just like a video and there's like a shot to him sitting, I'll take the under. But if he stands
will
up,
stand
and waves,
up and acknowledge the crowd, just like Jeff Goldblum did at SoFi.
then the over. Did he really?
Yeah, and then he made the heart signal.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
And I believe Steve Martin and Martin Short make fun of it in a current commercial. Is that for Capital One? Is that what they do spots for? Capital One?
That's what Barkley and Spike Lee and Samuel L. would do during the tournament time. Tournament time is here, Doug.
Yeah, we will go through bracketology coming up. Hey, by the way, Josh Schertz and Robbie Avalov are going to be in studio next week. That should satisfy Kwame Voyoukas IV. Always enjoy the head coach, and this will be Robbie Avalov's first appearance here in studio on TMA.
SLU basketball tips off their first game against SEMO, Doug, on November 3rd.
November 3rd?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they'll have some exhibition games probably before that. Like Missouri plays Kansas State on Friday for an exhibition game.
Okay.
But first real game,
It always
SEMO
kind of
first one.
sneaks up on you because we're so caught up in football. You don't realize
Yeah, it always does.
Yeah.
The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, they are not happy, and we have it captured for you here on the program. You're going to hear a lot of them who are not happy. That's coming up next here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
My wife has said for years, let's go to Scotland. Let's do it. Martin Kilcoyne here, getting excited about this trip next summer. The trip of a lifetime, really. Can't wait to hang out with you, the listeners, telling some stories, maybe a little TMA behind the curtains, having some fun while we're just sitting there sipping whiskey at a historic whiskey distillery, cruising along the Orkney Islands, going to the lovely Loch Ness, the Highlands, all these great places that you may have seen and featured during like a British Open or something. Edinburgh, Glasgow. We're going to go to all of these cool spots, and Colette Travel handles all the details, the flights, the meals, the hotels, all your local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. Can't wait to be there with you in Scotland. Don't miss out. Call our friends at Altair Travel to find out more. 314-968-9600. Altair Travel. 314-968-9600. Can't wait to be hanging in Scotland with you, the great listeners, here on 101 ESPN. Also, more information on the website, 101ESPN.com.
Doug, you wanted Jodeci? You got it.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Story, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt at the dais while Martin Kilcoyne vacations at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons just for one day, just a little Tuesday getaway.
Right.
And he will be back tomorrow. And Jackson Burkett is our DJ today here on the program, a program that welcomes you to participate. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. And then this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat appears to be heated. I am not sure what has caused the dissent, but it looks like they're arguing over professional wrestling.
Oh, no.
I see the word restraining order has been bandied about. Just like your ex-wife with her divorce contract and your kids with their restraining order. That's spicy. So
it's getting personal.
Yeah, we leave the kids out.
Yeah, I live by the mafia rules, Doug. The wives and kids have to be left out.
Okay.
So, Jackson, I don't know. Are you going to go in there and police the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
You know, Coco in Sopranos broke that rule, and it cost him his teeth.
Doug, Coco in Sopranos broke that rule, and it cost him his teeth. And if I'm not mistaken, he said something to Jamie Lynn Sigler, DBA Meadow.
Yeah, he said something to her. Tony didn't like it, and put his teeth right up against the bar.
Yeah.
Kicked him in the back. They call it a curb stomp.
Oh, yeah.
American History X.
Is that Butchie watching? Was Butchie watching? Was that Butchie?
Yeah, he was still eating his pasta, which I thought was odd. I would have stopped eating probably.
Doug, if a gentleman's teeth got taken out, would you continue to eat your pasta? Or would you do what Butchie did?
You're not the guy getting your teeth kicked out. He kept eating?
Yeah, the guy, Butchie.
After the teeth were knocked out, he kept eating?
Just while it was going on.
And he had the napkin tucked in the
Of course.
That's what I aspire for, is to sit in a really nice restaurant in the middle of the day and have a giant Italian feast while no one else sits in the restaurant and just take meetings like I'm a mob boss.
Meetings.
That's what it is. Tony Soprano's just sitting there by himself in a suit, giant plate of pasta. It's like 3 p.m. No one else in the restaurant. That's what I want.
Well, he's at a stag bar.
Well, that when he's at his backup office at the Bada Bing, but sometimes he'd just be at Artie Bucco's restaurant eating by himself and no one else was there.
Doug, was that Vesuvius?
Vesuvia,
I think so.
Roof's on fire.
Let's see. I don't know what caused this. We need to do something about the fake cowboys who wear boots, tucked in flannel shirts, drive a pickup truck that's clearly hauled nothing in its bed, and grew up in Glen Carbon. That's from the Nippert School Monitor.
There's nothing that can be done. They've taken
we
over.
Need to do something about that? What can we do about it? That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're just not happy.
There is a lust for that kind of lifestyle, but I don't think people really want the hard work that goes along with it.
I think the pickup truck might be the most common vehicle in America now. It was close to it a few years ago.
Certainly in the Midwest.
Like the F-150 Ford was like the most popular vehicle in America there one year.
It is fun driving the truck.
I've never had one.
Yeah, my dad had one. It was nice.
You nailed it, Doug. The Ford F-Series.
Number one vehicle? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they're handy when you need them, for sure.
I don't think I'm built for trucks.
I could drive one. I wouldn't haul a damn thing. The problem is if you get a truck and someone's like moving, you bet your ass you're going to get a call from that person and you're going to have to go help them move.
And some of them don't fit in your garage.
Right. Yeah, they're too long.
Like my neighbors can't park their pickups in the garage.
That's why you ought to get a carport.
Okay.
Jackson, they're not happy.
No,
it's just a matter of who you want to go with being the unhappiest. I feel like Matt Rule.
Yeah.
At Nebraska, he's already started. He's done what he did with the Rams, did in St. Louis there. He started moving stuff to L.A. Before the season was over. Jackson and I were texting yesterday. Jackson, you believe he's already got a place in Happy Valley?
Yeah. This is one of the rare press conference moments where the person isn't asked a follow-up question but gets banty at their own response. So I cut out the first half. He's just talking about the loss to Minnesota on Friday night.
Rough loss. I mean, the Huskers ranked for the first time in a long time. And then PJ Fleck, and what is he wearing, a sweater vest?
Yeah, he wears a quarter zip with a necktie underneath.
Oh, I don't mind that.
Well, he put it on, the Huskers, and Matt Rule, not happy.
I think I've always been really, I don't know what to say to you guys other than it wasn't good enough. I mean, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off at the coaches. I'm pissed off at myself. I'm mad. And when I say I told them, it doesn't matter what you tell them if they don't listen, right? I couldn't convince the coaching staff what that game was going to be like. I knew what PJ Fleck in Minnesota would be like on a Friday night, and I couldn't convince the team. So now they know. But that's not me saying I told them they didn't do it. It's me saying I didn't get it done. I'm saying, like, that's my job. Like, that's my job, to get the team ready to play, and they were not not ready for that battle, especially in the second half. We're good enough to win. Okay, we're good enough to win. So get your guys ready to play this week. Donnie, get the O-line straining and blocking. I'd rather dive than let my quarterback get hit.
Come on.
Stop diving.
He's
How many
gonna get
15-yard
hit.
penalties we have as an offensive line this year? It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, just block between the whistles. And so these are my messages, but they all fall on my watch. And so I'm being uniquely candid with you guys today because you guys deserve that. Our fans deserve that. They watch that on Friday night. It's ridiculous. If fans spend their money this week to show up and watch a team diving on the ground to make tackles and guys getting pushed back into the quarterback and just like, then I'd boo us.
Gosh.
Again, he's no follow-ups. He's just getting more and more upset about his own response.
I think
I like.
He just lost the Penn State job with that diatribe.
Oh, I think he's got it. Hence the diatribe.
You can't say I'd rather die than have my quarterback hit. Come on.
Especially when your quarterback's Dylan Raiola.
Well, any quarterback, they all get hit.
Him and off-brand Mahomes are gone. That's from Choke Artist 1.6.
Yeah, I wonder if Raiola will follow him.
You think they'll love him in Happy Valley?
Who was the last one to do that, I guess, when Caleb Williams?
Off-brand Mahomes?
No, when Caleb Williams followed Lincoln Riley to USC, I guess would probably be the last big example of that. Worked out.
Guys, why was he arguing with himself? Thanks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Balls.
I'm telling you, he started out very calm and then just got gradually more upset. And no one asked to follow up or anything.
First, he started to blame the coaches and the players.
Yeah.
But Doug, unfortunately, that's not where it stops with they're not happy. Mike Elko is the head coach of Texas A&M. He will be making his way to Columbia, Missouri. A lot of talk about a possible night game in Columbia on November 8th.
I hope not.
Will Texas A&M be undefeated? They've got to get through that Southern debutante who grew up in South Boston and grinds on recruits, Brian Kelly, this Saturday night in Baton Rouge. First, Mike Elko was asked about his name being mentioned for all the college head coaching vacancies, and he was not happy about it.
And then there's multiple national reports out that you're a possible candidate for the Penn State job. I'm just curious your thoughts on that, how you handle your name being linked to that kind of job, and if that's something you even discuss with your players.
I don't discuss it with my players. I think it's absolutely hilarious how you guys cover coaches. I think 3 weeks ago I was getting fired. Now I'm getting hired. Now you don't want me to stay, but I'm leaving. Like, it's absolutely hilarious. It is a waste of brain space to spend any time talking or thinking about any of that stupidity.
So he wasn't happy with it, really.
He held back a lot there.
Well, I hope he loses before they get to Columbia so it's not a night game because Greg Vaughn's getting married that night.
Oh, that's right.
I'd hate to have to watch the game on my phone while my son's getting married.
Yeah, how do you handle that?
That's what you do. You watch it on your phone. He can get married 3 or 4 times. There's only one game against Texas A&M at night.
Good for you.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know the cause and effect.
Yeah.
How about that?
So it could be a real thing. Could be a real issue.
Yeah. Oh, all right, fine. I'll do it. I'll go SEC slate hunting for you.
Yeah, I love a slate hunt, by the way.
All right, see what we got. I noticed who's going to Mississippi State this weekend, Jackson? I feel like somebody got the old 11 o'clock blue blood.
Yeah, it's
Gentle Ben.
Now,
is it Georgia?
A&M has a night game coming up this week against LSU.
Well, of course, because they're playing at LSU.
Yeah, so maybe they wouldn't put them on 2 weekends in a row.
That's not the way that it works.
Auburn's at Vandy that weekend.
That's not going to get it.
Yeah, we're looking for the night game or the morning game here.
They want someone else to play the night game.
Oh, boy, it really looks like it's going to be Texas A&M and Missouri.
Here's what we got. All right, boys. LSU's at Alabama.
Isn't that a 2:30 special?
Oh, is that already done?
No, but wouldn't you think that would be a 2:30 special?
Those are usually night games.
Okay, I can see.
But I mean, I don't know. So, Doug, you want the 2:30 kick because your son's getting married,
right?
Would you like to invite any of the listeners to be in attendance?
No.
The Citadel goes to Ole Miss.
Citadel goes to Ole Miss. Doubt that's going to get the night.
That's already a noon slate. Georgia at Mississippi State's already an 11 a.m. slate. You got Florida at Kentucky, Auburn at Vanderbilt, LSU at Alabama, and Texas A&M at Missouri.
Night game, done.
Yeah, it's a night game.
How about Georgia and Texas?
Georgia and Mississippi State are playing.
Oh, okay.
And, boy, it's amazing how when these Blue Bloods go to the others in the SEC, that's an 11 o'clock start.
Yeah, it is
like
weird,
LSU going to Vanderbilt, 11 o'clock start. Alabama going to Missouri, 11 o'clock start. I don't know. And it's always announced before the season. Again, it's amazing how that works. Texas A&M, Missouri has not been announced. LSU, Alabama has not been announced. I do not believe War Eagle and Vanderbilt will at least get they might get an SEC network 6:45. Florida goes to Kentucky, and Georgia, Mississippi State's already booked for 11. Citadel at Ole Miss, that's at 12. Doug, the only way. I have to say, though, 2:30's live. I do think 2:30's live. Now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
You might get 2:30. But the wedding doesn't. The wedding probably starts at like
6 or so, 6:30.
So if the game is tight, can you say, "Hey, we got 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter"?
I can show up late. Yeah. I can show up late.
Always good. Let's play out the hand here. If A&M is to lose to LSU this weekend, would that increase the chance of that Alabama-LSU game being at night, considering A&M would now have a loss and LSU looks better? Because I think they're on bye the week after.
I mean, here's the deal. No matter what happens with LSU and A&M, LSU Alabama has more appeal nationally.
Right.
I know sometimes that doesn't play well on Tiger Board, but let's just be honest. With that said, there are no games scheduled for afternoon or night yet, so they're going to have to put one of those in a slot. I would imagine Florida, Kentucky could wind up being like the 6:45 SEC network game.
That or 3:15.
Yeah, 3:15's live.
Because I bet Auburn at Vandy would be a more attractive 6:45 start.
Like I'm trying to get you that 2:30 start so you can enjoy the game.
Well, if Mizzou were to lose to Vanderbilt, that might knock them out of the late game too.
Yeah, that's true. And then you wouldn't care as much about the tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Although you lose to Vandy and beat A&M at home, I think things are still in front of you to a certain extent.
Could be, yeah.
This is the rare instance where being an usher at a wedding could work well. I'll seat the people and bail out to watch the game. That's from Ricky Putz, who I believe is a friend of Greg Vaughn's, and I've played golf with both Greg Vaughn and Ricky Putz.
Probably be an usher.
And he's an usher. Ricky Putz is planning on bailing on the wedding to watch the game.
I think a lot of them will. Yeah.
Do what I did at the wedding I went to. Little earbud, little small, unnoticeable Bluetooth earbud.
During the Missouri-Kansas game in Chicago, you were at a wedding.
Yes, and Mike Kelly was in my ear. And
how would
great.
the bride take it if you were to install a series of televisions around the venue? So that people could watch the game and pretend to be watching the wedding.
That's the problem with a November wedding, because that's when things really matter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But welcome to the SEC, man.
Okay.
Moneyline Mateer followed his OC to Oklahoma. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant. I like that. Moneyline Mateer.
That's a good one. That is funny.
Warson Wadzwacka was not happy with Greg Vaughn and you, Doug, for scheduling a wedding on Texas A&M and Mizzou weekend.
Okay. I didn't schedule it. They are, from what I understand, wedding venues are still backed up from COVID. Still.
Is that right?
And you're still waiting a year or more to get a wedding venue, a popular wedding venue that you want.
St. Gabriel's?
It's not at St. Gabriel's, no.
I was at a wedding this summer at St. Gabriel's. Of
course you were.
Private St. Pete's.
We moved the banners during the summer to the church.
Yeah, the bride was wrapped in one of the banners.
No fooling.
Yeah.
That was the train.
Yeah. It was
the
like
volleyball title of fifth graders won a few years ago.
Yeah, it was the veil.
Can we talk about the Greg Vaughn scheduling a wedding in November? He knew 8-4 was happening. That's from Steven time.
Boy, great slate next weekend, even though Missouri's off.
What do you got?
South Carolina at Ole Miss, Oklahoma at Tennessee, Vandy at Texas, Georgia at Florida. It's the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Mississippi State at Arkansas. Back half isn't great, but Georgia, Florida, Vandy, Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee. Unless you think Texas is dead, which I do.
Jackson just pronounced Texas dead.
They stink.
They're still in the mix.
Somehow.
Hey, baby, it's just math.
You got a big win over Oklahoma.
Yeah, against Mateer. They should have waited on Mateer to come back. He did not look right.
You know who Missouri's tied for 5th with in the SEC?
Probably Texas.
Texas.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt and Oklahoma.
Yeah. If I'm selling stocks, I've already sold my Texas stock.
Right. Have you? What stock are you buying then?
In the SEC, what stock am I buying? Ole Miss. That's the stock I'm buying. That's the stock I'm buying. I've been buying them all year. I think they're for real.
Hottie Toddy gets past Oklahoma this Saturday. Hottie Toddy is probably not only live for the college football playoff to the point that they might have like a ridiculous percentage of probability for the college football playoff, they could damn well be live for a trip to Atlanta.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they are.
Because they have South Carolina, Citadel, Florida, and at Mississippi State remaining on that schedule.
Yeah.
They're staring down the barrel of 11-1.
Yeah, I think they are very for real.
But Doug, is there a distraction for Lane Kiffin and the Florida job this week in Oxford? Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I don't know. I wouldn't think so.
KG, please clip off that awful Texas take from Jackson. That's from Steven time.
I kind of agreed with his Texas take.
So you will not be
Does this
clipping it
person
off.
think Texas is good? A team that was battling at Kroger Field just a few nights ago? Probably should have lost. I mean, what are we doing?
Steven time or your brother Ed time, you are welcome to call in and refute Jackson's take. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, of course, you are welcome to text in at any time, 314-399-9646. I hope things have settled down in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where General So, and they were talking restraining orders in there. Or spicy so, Doug, and they're arguing about what a sport is. 251 people.
What?
About what a sport is?
Chess?
Spicy so says, "Hey, pool boy, what is your definition of a sport?" And that's from Doug's pool boy bottom, who says ESPN covers spike ball and cornhole. Would they be sports then? And he's arguing with Lex Luthor about what a sport is. So that's what's going on in there. If you want to get in there and interject.
I think it's a sport.
Interject.
Is poker a sport?
No.
I never really cared what who cares?
It's a game. That's just a game.
That's fine. I enjoy playing it. You can call it a sport, you can call it a game, you can call it a waste of time. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't change my interest level.
But is like Rounders a sports movie? I say yes.
Again, who cares?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like did you enjoy the film? Is it
Loved
on
it.
is it on goodorbad.com rated?
Good.
All right.
Yeah. It's good. Damn near
But
great.
I think that's kind of a way to try to passive aggressively denigrate enjoying the activity.
Yeah, I agree.
But
they say that about golf. Like when I was in high school, it was
Sounds
always
good.
like golf's not a sport.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I play it in the spring, and I get off school.
I don't think that's the definition.
Oh, it's a
You
spring
play it in the
sport.
spring.
Well, all those kids were making fun until I got to miss a biology test because we had a tournament out at the Bluffs.
You were walking in tall cotton that day.
I was walking in tall fescue. God, the Bluffs is hard.
Walrus King says if Jackson wore a Brock umbrella, it might help keep the sun off him. Doug, this is the time of year, October, when the sun comes through.
I look like Cillian Murphy and Oppenheimer looking at the bomb.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, the bomb goes
there.
off. Trinity test.
Well, we could close the drapes.
I don't know. I kind of like looking into
Do you really?
No, not at all. And I also start sweating a little bit too.
I don't care about what a sport is, but to discredit something being a sport because you don't like it is not a legitimate argument. That's from Spicy So.
Well, why
who
is
says
this
Tim
so
loves to
sad?
twist our words, Lex, but we still love him.
Oh.
You do love twisting words.
It certainly doesn't matter if it's a game or a sport.
To these guys,
why would it matter?
Doug, all we're doing is just expressing our gratitude for listening all 4 hours every day while loathing the program simultaneously.
I see.
You can do so. YouTube.com/TMASTL or 314-399-9646. That's how you can express yourself. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Oklahoma City Thunder star forward Jalen Williams was ruled out of their opening game this evening against the Rockets as he continues to recover from off-season surgery on his wrists, so no J-Dub tonight for the Thunder. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
But who's going to love you like me?
I can't think of anyone.
Thank you. Who's going to touch you like me?
Well,
Are these the words of the weekend?
Yeah.
Is he coming on today?
The weekend? Be great.
Sounds like he's not.
That'd be great. He was in.
Why don't you work on it? Didn't you work on Brandon Walker?
I tried getting Brandon Walker on the program.
Walker, Doug, he has gotten sideways with Missouri. Maybe you got some audio to communicate this to the audience. He's gotten sideways with Missouri fans, and apparently our very own Brandon Kiley on the Twitter tweets. Here's some context.
All right. Go ahead, please now.
Jalen's on a satellite delay.
Hit the lever. Hit the lever now.
Missouri at Auburn. Auburn is going to somebody's season up. Auburn is too good to keep.
This isn't the audio I wanted.
Doug, you pissed now?
Well, show prep is a little thing we need to have a discussion about, I think.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
I can wait.
Hold on.
I'm not going anywhere.
I can be an ass on Twitter and everything, but there is nobody in this country that has a microphone in front of their face that has believed and hyped up the Missouri Tigers, the Missouri Tigers of all teams in this country than me. I did it 2 years ago. I said, hey, 10-2's coming this year. They went out and got 10-2. I said, pump the brakes a little last year. It's going to be a little reset. It happened. This year I said, look out. This Missouri team can be really good. And they are really good. And the other day, I was pumping the tires of this team, and I was saying, listen, for Alabama, this isn't that big of a game because they play in these games all the time. For Missouri, if you're a Missouri fan, this is the biggest game of your life. And I was using hyperbole to prop up the magnitude of the opportunity that Missouri had. Obviously, they've had big games when and they've lost them all, but they've had big games. When they lost the SEC championship game in 2013 and 14, when they lost every big game they've ever had, they lost. And Missouri fans had the most bizarre reaction of all time. They destroyed me online. Their local media guys are calling me out. They're saying, we've had bigger games than this. This isn't that big of a game to us. We played Auburn in the championship game. They beat us 59-42. Like, God, you want to remember that? Why is that a big game to you in retrospect? And it was DM after DM, tweet after tweet. You don't know ball. You don't know us. We've had big games. This isn't big for us. And now look at you losers. I have done nothing but pull you into the national spotlight. And you spit on my face. You drink. You Missouri. All y'all.
I don't think he knows ball.
That's the biggest insult you can give is you are not a ball knower.
Yeah.
So Jackson, because Jackson is for equal time, reached out to Brandon Walker to join us on this award-winning presentation. And Jackson, what do you have?
Should I read the exchange in entirety?
Sure, I'd love to hear it.
Hey, I said, hey, Brandon, big fan of your work. I produce a morning sports talk radio show in St. Louis on 101 ESPN. We'd love to have you on to talk Mizzou and all things college football. We are on from 7 to 11 Central every weekday. I said, don't let the nameless and faceless Mizzou accounts fool you. We play a lot of your audio on the program, and the real fans enjoy your work. Thanks in advance. And he said, respectfully decline, F Mizzou.
Where's this guy from?
He's a Mississippi State,
Hail
Starkville.
State. We, of course, have had Stingray on the program.
Right.
He was supportive of the program, but unfortunately, it doesn't sound like Brandon will be joining us.
No, now he's at the Barstool Chicago office and does a lot of good. I really do. I do
better job out of it.
I do really enjoy all the stuff he puts out for college football. I think he's really good.
You think he's a ball knower?
Yeah, I just think he's a little bit like every college fan base has terrible people on Twitter. Like every single one.
But you call them Tiger nationalists on Twitter.
I do. Yeah. Well, that's what they are.
Well, you
And
have
they call people cowards, even though they don't have their names or faces on the account, which is.
And you think that's?
Well, I think that's ironic.
Most guys have to be a little bombastic and highly opinionated if they're ever going to make it big in that business.
For sure, but this was a private message. Like, I didn't tweet at him. This was a DM. I appreciate he kept the same energy. I respect that.
What's it going to be like when Missouri defeats Indiana for the national championship on January 19th?
He'll have to eat his words.
Nice.
Which is fine.
Drinkwitz versus Signetti, Doug.
Boy.
And the odds of that
press
happening
conference.
Yeah, that's where the real game would take place.
Get involved, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. That is how you can text in. And, of course, you also are welcome to go to youtube.com/TMASTL. Can't wait to see which team gives Mizzou the signature loss of the season. They get to talk about 12 years from now. That's from Adam Welly in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Probably Bama. Right, that Bama game.
You know, the thing is, if Missouri were to beat Vanderbilt, that would be, to date, without question, the biggest win of the season. But then you kind of deal with the unfortunate reality of Missouri's biggest win of the 21st century being Kansas at Arrowhead.
Yeah.
But it's Kansas. But Kansas that year was a great team. They really were a great team. I'm not saying that to, mock it. They really were truly a great team. That was a super unique year. Doug, can you give me the last 2 times Missouri went on the road and beat an AP top 10 team? The last two times. I need both of them for you to get full credit.
Beat a top 10 team.
And maybe a Butterfly Kisses reward.
Well, did the Kansas game count? They were kind of on the road.
No.
Can we get the Jeopardy mouth horn?
Sure, no problem.
How about when they beat Ohio State in 78 or 9?
I thought you were about to say the bowl game.
Martin would immediately call it.
Yeah, he'd be right back.
Did they beat Notre Dame about the same time period?
I will give you a hint. Both of them have come since 1978.
Since 78. I'm surprised. That is surprising. Since 78. On the road, winning against a top 10 opponent.
AP top 10.
AP. Initials, please.
UGA.
UGA. Georgia?
That's correct.
Okay, that was easy.
2013.
Okay, I don't really remember the game.
Between the hedges.
Remember what I had for breakfast either.
That was
Between the hedges.
James Franklin quarterbacking the
Well, every game
Tigers.
is between the hedges there. I remember the hedges.
They gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
That didn't happen at that game, though. Okay,
I think I know the
initials
other
for
one, but
next
I want Doug Cook.
Really?
I think.
Well, why'd you put a puck on the net?
Was it before or after that UGA game?
Before.
Never mind. I don't know it then.
Way before.
Okay. Then it's probably before my time.
Way.
Well,
Okay.
but it was post 78, though.
That's right.
Okay,
Initials,
so 80s.
please.
MSU.
MSU. Michigan State University.
No, I'm
Mississippi
sorry.
State University.
That's correct.
Okay.
1981.
Wow. God.
Oh, what a memorable game that was. What were they doing playing Mississippi State in 1981?
Well, they used to play Notre Dame and USC and Ohio State.
Yeah, they used to play good teams.
The dark ages.
So, Doug, the point being, it hasn't happened a whole lot. Again, I don't know how many other programs have had 2 wins over top 10 teams in the last 45 years on the road.
Probably none.
Thank you. See? But this would be the first since 2013 and the third since 1981. And that was the Dodgers and Yankees? Am I right on that? 49ers and Bengals? Am I right on that?
Sounds right, yeah. I don't really know the
Probably the Islanders won, I would think.
1981 Super Bowl champion. You're putting in Bengals?
I hate when he says Bengals.
Well,
I'm passive aggressive right now because I'm third
that needs
person.
to stop.
No, it was Oakland.
It's not the Bengals.
Why not?
It's the Bengals.
No one says it like that.
B-E-N.
Tim, Oklahoma was #1 in 2013 when we won in Norman. Eye roll emoji. That's from the Legend of Columbia who worked to get me a table at CC City Broiler. I don't believe Missouri played Oklahoma in 2013.
They did not. They were in the SEC, so it'd be
And that
a little surprising.
That Oklahoma game he's talking about was at Columbia.
That's correct, and in 2010. But other than that, it's rocket.
Spot on. Yeah, they won.
What are you looking up? The menu at CC's Broiler?
No, they say to get the prime rib, right? That's what you're supposed to get.
Doug,
how's the salmon?
You get the salmon. You go to
Matt
steakhouse and
Weiner
get a
says
salmon.
trout's terrific, salmon sucks.
Oh,
He said
I
that to
love
me in
salmon.
Martin, Seattle in 2000.
He's wrong.
Get
I love
Weiner on,
salmon.
Jackson, since you can't get Brandon Walker on.
All right.
Thank you. What are you looking up right now?
I was looking up the 2013 football schedule.
Okay.
They didn't play Oklahoma.
Well,
no. What was the record that year?
11-1, 12-2 total, because they lost to Auburn. If you remember, Trey Mason had himself a game.
Yeah, I remember.
Doug, MSU stands for Missouri State University.
Yes, it does.
Tim, do you have any idea how many of your audience went there? Go Bears. It's the 636.
Oh, my God.
But it didn't in this case because we were talking about the team that Missouri
This is
beat.
wrong.
And they
the person
didn't
was
play
wrong.
them.
And then now is upset because people went there.
I had sex with my wife in an RV at the 2013 Georgia-Mizzou game. That's from the Worson Woods Wacko.
And now Dad is dead.
You think he took that RV down to the game? That probably sounds pretty fun.
Doug, it was Washington to Bud Sasser for a touchdown. That's from Chunk to the Chuck.
Okay.
Bud Sasser could play.
Yeah, I remember that. I've always kind of wanted to take an RV on a road trip to a college game or Cardinal Series or something.
You ever driven an RV?
I've never really driven it. No, I've been in one.
Yeah.
Was the Mizzou-Auburn SEC championship game the year where the drive down was just through terrible snowstorm? Do you remember that, Tim?
I think that might have been the 2014 game, if memory serves.
Against Alabama.
Yeah, Roll Tide.
Shane Ray kicked out in the first drive, and it was over already.
Yeah, that didn't go well either.
Roll Tide, roll.
I blame the refs.
Otherwise, Missouri would have won that.
Yeah,
well, it was like
Matty Mock was just scrambling like he was playing at Francis Park on a Sunday morning, and he was about to get murdered by the Alabama defense, and he would just throw it up in the air and hope.
And they lost by what, 3 that day?
Give or take 30.
Yeah, 300.
Get involved in the program, 314-399-9646. You can text in. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered to watch the program, like John Scores, MD 2020, and the Nipper School Monitor. And Lex Luthor's in there talking about Ben Wallace.
Oh, boy, could he get a rebound.
So there you go, Jackson. You ought to get in there and talk about it with him.
Not much to break down about Ben Wallace. He's been out of the league more than a decade.
And of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug, Albert Pujols news. Albert Pujols news. A surprising entrant into the Albert Pujols managerial sweepstakes. We'll tell you more. But you're going to have to wait through the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Well, it's October, and this is when the weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in. And Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that's packed with value. Right now, buy 2% or buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, and then you enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. And to top it off, you get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. It is the perfect time to get ahead of the cold weather and upgrade your home's comfort, energy efficiency, and curb appeal. So while you're swapping out your wardrobe and breaking out the jackets, go ahead and prep your home for colder weather too. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0% financing for 3 years. Bonus $500 off. You'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Oh, my. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And the 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Kevin A.C. of the San Diego Union Tribune, who was all over the Mike Shildt story last week, has this. One of the game's biggest names is among the candidates the Padres will interview for their vacant manager position. The team will meet with Albert Pujols tomorrow, sources said, as they seek to replace Mike Shildt. Pujols, who retired as a player in 2022 after 22 seasons, is also expected to interview with the Orioles. He interviewed with the Angels earlier this month, but he is no longer a candidate for that job, according to multiple reports. Also, Torrey Hunter, former Angel, is no longer considered a candidate for the Angels job. So if Albert is going to manage, per San Diego Union Tribune columnist Kevin A.C., Doug, he will be managing either the Orioles or now the Padres, who he is interviewing with tomorrow.
I would think he'd rather go the Padres route. They've got some big stars in Tatis and Machado that I'm sure he knows very well. Nicer place to live, obviously. I would think that would
watch
be.
The Wire?
No, I haven't. I thought he was going to get
Bell had some great condos in Baltimore.
Well, I'd still rather live in San Diego. I thought he'd get the Angels job, but John Heyman is reporting that they broke off talks because of coaches, resources, and compensation.
Anything else?
Says that they thought it'd be difficult to find common ground after being unable to get close in terms of dollars and years on a hypothetical contract.
And coaches that he wanted to hire, philosophy and money. But other than that, it sounds like they were on the verge of a deal.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, just came down to some language in the contract, it sounds like.
You think he wanted huge dollars to manage? Probably.
I think, it just gets to a point where it's like, okay, I've got enough. It doesn't matter. I want to win. That's the name of the game. And if he feels strongly about coaches, I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah, that too.
Doug, was that number 4?
Could have been.
Yeah.
But these guys that were used to drawing paychecks of 15, 20, 25 million, they're not going to want to go to work for $3 million, even if they've already got the money. I don't think that's the way rich people think.
But then why would they get into, if they were getting into managing, they wouldn't do it for the money, right? Like they can make more money somewhere else.
True, maybe, but I'm saying instead of what does a normal manager make? $2 million, $3 million?
Probably on the high end.
Yeah, he may want twice that, and they're going, wait a minute.
Right.
You haven't done this before.
Yeah.
I don't think Albert would want to go to San Diego. The housing market is super expensive there.
You could buy a whole neighborhood on the beach.
I think he'd be all right. Mm-hmm. He's not struggling for the down payment.
No.
Doug's clearly never gotten between some crab legs on the majestic Baltimore Harbor. Thanks. That's from the 314.
I've been to both cities, and I can tell you San Diego's better.
You ever crack those crabs, though? It takes so much work, and you get almost no meat. I mean, it's just so much work.
Yeah, juice squeeze analytics upside down on that one.
Your hands
Did you ever
are
cover
bleeding.
the Baltimore Blast when the Steamers would play them?
Yeah, almost every game.
And the Baltimore Blast and San Diego Soccer.
Of course.
San Diego Sockers. What, Steve Jungle? Am I right, Steve Jungle?
I think so.
They were the San Diego Sockers?
San Diego Sockers in the Baltimore Blast. And they were the class of the MISL. Do you call it the Missile or MISL?
I call it the MISL.
How long did that last, the MISL?
I'm telling you, indoor soccer in St. Louis outdrew the Blues for a period of time. You missed your opportunity to be on Sports Talk Radio in the early 1980s.
Where you had to give indoor soccer takes?
Mm-hmm. They used to sell out the arena almost every game.
Steamers had some wonderful jerseys. Anytime I wear that Steamers hoodie.
Oh, people love it.
Oh, yeah. You better believe it, bro.
You're a parent who has kids in sport.
Sport.
As did you, Doug?
What was that? What are we doing here?
Like those indoor soccer complexes, are those a headache to go to practice to, or are those more comfortable than like an outdoor setting? You know what I'm talking about?
Well,
I've noticed, I think everything involving children now is just an excuse to drink. That's what I'm actually observing in my early stages of parenting. Yep. The kids have a soccer practice.
It depends on the weather.
You want a scotch?
Yeah,
if it's a beautiful day out, it's fine to be outdoors on soccer. But if it's during the winter when they're playing indoor, you don't be standing outside somewhere.
Yeah, no doubt. I just didn't know if, like, you guys liked when it was like, oh, indoor soccer practice tonight. Thank God.
I'm pretty sure Steve Jungle played for the New York Arrows. Get your crap straight! That's from the king of Creve Coeur.
The New York Arrows?
I think he may have played for both the Arrows, Doug, and the San Diego Sockers. And as a matter of fact, I have just allocated every dollar in the Tam Avenue Capital Partners bankroll into the middle of the table against the king of Creve Coeur. And I'm about to double up or I'm about to go bust. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Jackson, was it spelled Z-U-N-G-U-L? Steve Jungle? Chairman Kurt, do you have the official information?
And what was the wager there?
My entire bankroll, which is $7.
They played for both the Arrows and the Sockers?
I just said that he played for the Sockers. I can't speak to the New York Arrows. Doug, was that play?
He played for the New York Cosmos, right?
Arrows is the indoor team. Did Steve Jungle play?
Zungzi had 2 stints with the Sockers.
Oh, did he?
$14.
What about the Cleveland Crunch?
What about the Dallas Sidekicks or the Chicago Sting or the Kansas City Comets and then their rivals, the Wichita Wings?
Phoenix Inferno / Pride.
Yeah, it depended on if it was a home or road game, what their team name would be.
They had a team in Tacoma?
The UFL might be taking that route where they move cities every season. All right, you're welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union for all your banking needs. They are all around the St. Louis area, 14 branches online. It's togethercu.org, but they also like to have a little bit of fun. They rolled out that St. Louis Zoo debit card, which came with some special perks. They had the City SC debit card, and they do things like the community contributor mortgage. Instead of just getting a mortgage, well, if you're a first responder, you're an emergency technician, a teacher, those types of jobs fall into the community contributor. They have special rates, special deals just for you. That's how they roll at TCU. And more on that community contributor mortgage, find out online. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional jumbo loans. They've got loans for everyone, but we always encourage those first responders, teachers, et cetera, to check them out. Find out what the rates are. It's all handled here in-house. Together Credit Union has the experienced team, does the underwriting, the servicing. It's all done here locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates, all the information at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
gotta slow it down here, Doug. Jackson, what do we have?
This is Redbone by Childish Gambino.
Redbone by Childish Gambino.
The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, look over on your right. You might recognize the gentleman there. That's Andy Crouppen.
That's
Brown
me.
and Crouppen.
So I'm standing over there. Hello, Andy.
Hey, how are you, Doug?
I'm fine. You've cut your hair since the last time you were here.
You got a good lid. Whether it's long or whether you cut, you got a fade, no matter what, it's a good lid.
Well, thank you.
Jealous is all get out. We're about the same age. I started losing my hair at 15, and here you are.
You know, you're one plane ticket to Turkey away.
That's right. I could have the same lid.
I was talking to a buddy who did that.
Really? Sweet guy?
Oatmeal, actually.
No way.
How'd it go?
Went
Did you get a
great.
nipple reduction surgery too while he was over there, 2 for 1?
No, they said that was going to be a lot more. They don't do that. They're still in the beta process.
You have
of
a
that.
friend with oversized nipples?
And the answer to that, Andy, is yes.
Oversized is always in the eye of the beholder.
You're the
know?
one who brought it up. How would we know?
Well, they're proportionate. He's got a big chest. Oh, well-built gentleman.
How big are these nipples?
Yeah.
Silver dollars?
Oh. So your fist would cover it.
Clip that off.
Oh, well, yeah, completely. That'd be a total eclipse.
The fist of a toddler would not.
That would be, yeah.
The answer should have been, why would a toddler's fist be on my friend's nipples?
Oh, man.
Just for the drops
if you
of
have
the
the first child, you know? Whenever you
The
have
first
a kid.
child's fist is usually larger, Doug?
I don't know about that.
Jackson's words.
The firstborn son's fist.
Yeah. That's why it was great for Skip Schumacher that Kyle Oates was second in his family.
Right, he's a middle child.
Andy, we were talking off air. Well, when the Cardinals would win in 2012, Kyle Oates would find the Rangers manager, and if you look at the video, unfortunately, it's incriminating. It looks like he would try to celebrate by giving him the how do you do.
Oh, right.
The old
Human
how do you
puppet.
do.
Isn't that nice?
If the Cardinals would have a walk-off victory, Skip Schumacher would run around the celebration trying to avoid Kyle Oates.
Yeah, probably puckered.
That's funny.
I believe it started with David Freese's home run, so we all have to blame David Freese for that.
How's that game?
You were at Game 6, 2011?
Yeah, yeah, I was. I remember, and it was crazy.
Were you tempted to leave?
Well, so here's what we used to do. Our seats are down behind the dugout. And so what we would do is we would go kind of in a close game. We'd walk to the top of the aisle, right?
That's a veteran move.
Because then you can get out quickly enough without leaving. So we'd walk up. All right, we'll leave. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the seats. And then you go back up, and then you go back to the seats. No, we were there for it.
You were there still in your seats?
Yeah, not in our, no, I don't think we were in our seats.
Top of the aisle.
But we're at the top of the aisle.
You thought he wasn't going to get the hit?
No,
they had hedged. They just hedged.
We're hedging. And we're still close. We're still closer than 80% of the people in the stadium. Still had great seats.
Doug was in the parking lot behind the stadium. That's why he's pissed. Yeah,
out there beyond right field.
But he made good money that night.
Doing live shots on a game people were watching on another channel.
Seems
so
normal.
why do they need me to do the live shots? I said, this is the night we should be talking about anything but Cardinal baseball.
Counter program.
Because no one's watching us.
That's right.
Nope, Doug was in the parking lot. Well, behind me, the Cardinals are in Game 6 of the 2011 World Series. They trail the Rangers, and David Freese is up at the plate with 2 outs. Don't switch over to Fox. No. I will keep you abreast of the activities over my shoulder.
Right. I'll hear something, and about 10 seconds later be able to report to you what it was. Even though you will have seen it on TV quicker than I'm going to know what it is.
Did you have the radio broadcast on, playing it right there?
No, we were watching on TV.
Oh, okay,
we were watching the other channel just like everyone else in St. Louis.
Are these the live texts over here that
this is what
that Ed is
Ed
always?
Herman.
Yeah,
and
Brody comes in, Ed comes in, and we'll be having a wonderful conversation. And then I see Andy, Ed's eyes start to gravitate toward the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and I know we've lost him.
Oh wait, I'm getting him here too.
Oh yeah, there's the text inbox, and there was for probably every one Michelob Ultra YouTube chat post, I'd say we get like 10 texts.
Okay.
So you got the text inbox here.
Okay.
And then you got that there.
Where
and
do we
both
usually...
of them are not necessarily supportive of the presentation.
No.
Where do we get like Carlos Spicy Wiener?
That's in the text inbox.
He's a texter.
Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Okay, Shrimply Pibbles.
Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Okay.
But Spicy So, Doug's Warrior Ethos, The Kid, and The Legend of Columbia, they're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Huh.
And Chi-Town Jack just said, there is that great lettuce, and he's talking about your head of hair.
Thank you.
It is a great head of hair.
Yeah.
Is that Chetty made that famous lettuce?
That was famous before.
Was it?
Yeah, that's been like a hockey term.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, a lot of his stuff is very hockey.
Yeah, I think he's taking from years gone by.
Stealing from hockey culture and bring it to the masses.
Sure.
I think that's a good thing. Who is this handsome gentleman? That's from Adam Welly. So they're really enjoying your...
You know, Adam, I think a lot of people forgot how handsome I was when it was covered with hair. Had to let them know.
Does your betrothed, does she prefer the long lid or the new kite?
So when I would be out and around, I would get a lot of compliments. I love your hair. And I would feel obligated to tell each and every person, my wife says that anybody who tells me they like it is lying to me. She hated it.
Really?
Hated it.
My wife hates my beard.
Really?
And yet here it is. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, now I kept it for 2 years, so I did not succumb to her pressure, but no, it just got annoying.
No.
And it didn't look that good. I didn't like what it looked like most days. And it was too much work. I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's got to be a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't put enough work. It took me 60 seconds, but I think a normal human being with hair like that would have taken
a little
half an hour. Yeah.
Do you feel like you have to look a certain way in the courtroom, maybe to get more respect?
Well, I don't think that was a good look for anything professional.
Kind of look like Jeff Saturday right now on the television. Look at that.
Bit.
There's a lot of similarities there.
That's right.
That is, actually. Nicely done there, Pappas.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Except now the listeners can see
bad
what
radio.
Jeff
My
Saturday
bad.
looks like.
That's right.
Yeah, now that's bad. Now that's bad.
Well, no, you all put them all to the internet. Now they're looking it up.
Great head of hair for sure. And everyone call Brown and Crouppen. You may get to talk to my wife. That's
More
from Carlos
Andy.
Spicy Wiener.
Well, how about Who's Your Daddy? I thought he said more Ed, less Andy. Why does everybody hate Ed so much? I know he can be kind of,
Ed has gotten sideways with the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, as I said. He starts looking in there, and then he starts calling them out one by one. And then some guy, I can't remember, it was something Meckler last week.
Darren Meckler?
I believe so. Insulted Ed, and Ed said, how about we make sure we meet for lunch? And then Darren declined to go to lunch with Ed.
Yeah, he mentioned that he had gotten sideways with a few people in the chat. I thought it was all in good fun, apparently.
Got a little intense.
Ed takes it a little personally.
Got a little intense.
Really?
Yeah,
When I remember when Andy worked at a...
Boy, I don't know if reading these live without filtering them is the best, but again, you're the counselor.
Where did I work?
I'll yield to the attorney in here.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. I was very young. How do you remember that, Big Tuft? Big T? Were you working there, or were you just
Where's this place?
Oh, I worked in the Galleria when I was young.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Where'd you work?
So did my brother. A friend of mine and I had a kiosk there that sold... Man, you can't say bad words anymore, huh?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Sold stuff.
Like during the holidays and stuff.
Oh, yeah? Trinkets and such?
Yeah, sure. Well, we had the line for a while, this guy from China, what was his name? Fong, I think. And he always told us about these, and this is years ago, these little remote controlled helicopters you can fly around. Now they're everywhere, but this is before anyone had seen them, and we used to harass Fong, but he got us these little remote control cars that you could drive around that at Christmas time everybody would buy.
Fong is now worth $1 billion. Living peacefully in Beijing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Fong is doing okay.
Big Tough says my wife worked at Gloria Jeans.
Oh, okay.
Gloria Jeans.
Gloria Jeans Coffee Bean. Okay. Why? Speaking of Fong, why are all these gongs out here?
That's a good, fair question.
People constantly eliminate. They tell Tim just all the time how wonderful, how great he is.
Being truthful.
And when they do, we hit the gong.
Oh, God, that's a horrible gong.
Yeah.
It really is injured. That one's a little higher pitched. Martin is hearing. He's not here today.
They're
but
both
Martin's
terrible.
hearing has been impacted
Maybe for
severely.
Christmas I get you a real gong.
Oh, that'd be a big giant one I can get.
Yeah.
Like on the Gong Show.
You don't see gongs much anymore.
No,
Unless you
not
come
as
to a
many as you
sports
should.
talk radio station studio. You're right.
Like, you remember like the big gong? I mean, those
Gong
really...
Show. Right?
The Gong Show
was
had a
good.
fabulous gong.
It's a tough instrument because it's not something you continue to play. You know?
No, but that's when they had heard enough of the contestant.
Right.
They gonged it was over.
Is it an instrument or more of sort of like an exclamation point?
Yeah, it's like a
That's
noisemaker.
question.
Yeah.
It's almost a firework.
Yeah, a little bit. Luke Fickle.
Luke Fickle.
Because I feel like
your
we're talking.
alma maters.
Yeah.
head coach who got a vote of confidence yesterday, and then the AD said we need to raise more money. We're going to stand by Luke Fickell, who I think a lot of people in college football thought was going to lose his job on Sunday after they got stomped by Ohio State Saturday.
Well, and the same thing's going to happen this weekend. Aren't they playing Oregon?
I know Oregon is on their dossier in the upcoming weeks. I don't know if it's this week or next.
Yeah, it's soon.
It is this week, Andy. Yeah, your alma mater, of course, the Badgers from Wisconsin.
And they're debuting some fancy new uniforms, too.
Uniforms, yeah. That'll be good for
They have like some Grateful Dead collaboration.
They actually are really
that look
sweet.
kind of cool.
They play in Eugene at 6 p.m.
But last week we were talking about these big payouts.
Yes.
And he has one of the biggest in college sports, I believe.
I didn't know that he did. Really?
So
Luke
I'm
Fickell
wondering
does.
if
Wow.
that's why he got the vote of confidence. Yeah, it's like $25 million. So
do they hit you up and say, hey, can you Venmo us $100K
right quick? I'm getting all sorts of calls.
North of
surprisingly,
25.
no, but is it more than 25? Yeah,
31 and a half.
31 and a half, Doug, for Luke Fickell's buyout.
Until 2031.
Yep, 2031.
I mean, they've gotten blown out badly.
Yes.
They haven't scored the last 2
Shut
weeks.
out, yeah. And there's a good chance that'll happen against Oregon, I would think.
Yeah, well.
How do you keep ahead? I mean, I guess 25 million reasons why you keep.
That's essentially it.
But that's terrible. I mean, that's destructive.
And they've got beatings still coming against Washington, Indiana, Illinois, and probably Minnesota.
Boy, you're right. It's tough for a Big
Yeah, they
Ten
have a tough
schedule week in and week out. So Iowa beat them in Madison 37-0. Then they came back the following week 34-0. So that's 51-0 the last 2 weeks in Wisconsin. And then now they get to travel this weekend to Eugene, Oregon. Head home to take on the Washington Huskies, then go to Bloomington, Indiana, then at home against ILL, and then see Jackson's favorite in the sweater vest with the tie, PJ Fleck, to wrap things up. That is a brutal Big Ten schedule. That is a brutal Big Ten schedule. And by the way, they had to travel to Tuscaloosa. How come I didn't hear more about Wisconsin's schedule this year?
Because they were losing all their games.
God almighty, that's got to be right up there with Florida and Oklahoma. You know?
Although I wonder if it's a great year for them to have a tough schedule because they're going to get killed the rest of the year. At some point, they're going to have to get rid of them, right?
Yeah, I would. Well, I mean, the AD said we're going to rally around Luke Fickell and raise money, but that might be counterproductive.
I don't think the fans are.
Exactly. So that means the money isn't going to be there.
Does $25 million mean a lot to a program like that?
It's all about whether or not your alums and the boosters are going, it's worth it, let's blow them out. You know, that's what it gets down to. And in Gainesville, Florida, they said it's worth it. College Station with Jimbo Fisher, I think that was the biggest one. And then, of course, James Franklin in Penn State here last week. That was $50+ million.
So is that what's happening? Is like, I mean, theoretically, behind the scenes, are there people trying to raise $25 million bucks amongst boosters?
Yeah.
And if they can come up with the money, he's gone. If they can't come up with the money, he stays.
The belief, I believe it was Danny Cannell, who's a Florida State guy, saw on his show yesterday, was saying the reason why Florida State didn't fire their coach, Mike Norvell, after they lost to a terrible Stanford team on Saturday night, same Florida State team that opened up the season with a win against Alabama, is because he does not think they have the money yet. And so they said we're going to reevaluate it at the end of the season, which means over the next month, in his opinion, they're going to try to raise the money to be able to fire Mike Norvell, who 2 years ago was in line to take over for Nick Saban in Alabama, and now he's going to be kicked out of Tennessee and receive tens of millions of dollars. Doug, it comes at you fast in college football.
Would you ever write a big check to convince somebody to stop working?
not at today's net worth. I would not.
That's like the money, like $25 million to these boosters. I don't think is a lot, but it's a big lump sum to pay the one person one time. You know,
just to quit.
Right. It's like it's different if it's like you're trying to get a linebacker, you're trying to get an edge rusher, and
right?
You're paying $1 million. It's like we need 25, so this guy will leave.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
No, it's a tall ask.
Then you got to pay out the assistants, and then you got to hire the new guy. Right. So it's not just that buyout. So it looks like, at the very least in the short term, Luke Fickell gets to keep his job and go to Oregon and host Washington, go to Indiana, host Illinois, and go to Minnesota.
Now they say, and I don't know if this is just something people who went to Madison say, I've always heard that there are more CEOs of like big companies who went to Madison.
Is that right?
Than more than like all the Ivy League schools combined or something.
Really?
I mean, it again,
This could just be a little marketing that isn't necessarily true.
Could be something people made up. Although I know a lot of people who did really, really well, impressive things coming out of the University of Wisconsin. Yeah. And I think a lot of people who are from Wisconsin went back home and had like big dairy farms. There's a lot of money in the state in farming. I don't know. I don't know what is. I guess
there's got to be some money because Luke Fickell's going to get some of it here soon.
Although you would think schools like Texas and Florida schools have way more wealthy alum.
Yeah. And, Joan Cusack went to Wisconsin.
Who's that?
Joan Cusack.
You're a big Joan Cusack fan.
She's very tall.
Doug?
I don't think I understand.
How tall is
you
she?
like her just because she's tall?
No, it just doesn't hurt.
Oh, that is your thing.
Okay.
It is my
Jackson's
thing.
kink is tall women.
You like willowy women.
How tall?
How tall can you get?
Oh, my. Like 6'5" or so?
Sure. Frank Lloyd Wright, also a University of Wisconsin grad. So
do they list me in there?
Looking. A lot of former CEOs. Well, I'm seeing a lot. Former CEO of Yahoo, general counsel for AOL. I'm sure that's a pretty
It's a great
easy
school.
job now.
I transferred in. I didn't get in.
You didn't get in out of the jump?
Oh, look at this. Inventor of SpaghettiOs, Donald Gorky.
Whoa.
Boyardee,
Gorky went
DBA.
there?
Yeah,
Gorky.
big Gork.
What's the tallest woman you've ever dated?
Probably 5'7".
That's not tall. That's normal size.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, it depends. I have a beholder.
So you've never dated a woman who can dunk a basketball?
No.
Only in your dreams.
Yeah, right.
Do you know what lucid dreaming is?
That's where you dream, but you're conscious that you're dreaming.
Well, but you can control your dreams.
Right. Yeah. That people try doing that, right?
Yeah.
And that's different than astral projecting, which is another thing people
I
do.
don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's people who wear tie dye. I can't deal with that.
Wear tie-dye?
Wow.
I'm just locked into this Badger
Wait,
alumni.
so you hate tie-dye, but you love the Oregon
I don't
Grateful
hate tie-dye.
Dead jersey.
I don't hate tie-dye.
jerseys.
And
you just hate people who wear tie-dye.
Well, too much tie-dye.
And you're lucid dreaming about tall women who can dunk on you?
Well, that would be, if I could lucid dream, that'd be a start.
That would be a very creepy dream.
Jackie Boy has to be a Cameron Brink simp. That's from the River to Pear Yacht Captain.
Yeah, she plays in the WNBA. She's very tall.
If she were to approach you and offer to buy you a drink at Napoli, would you accept?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I sure would.
And would she
the jerkwood from Kirkwood went to Wisconsin.
How about that?
Right next
Hey,
to
you'll never know who you're going to see in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. All of our friends.
I remember that guy.
This is a dense text here with the alumni from Wisconsin.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Wisconsin is
Badgers.
one of those schools that everybody who went there really, really loved it. It's just a great fun. I think it's up there with like Michigan has that loyalty, Boulder.
Yeah.
Berkeley, those kind of schools, people just love. I mean, I'm sure everyone who goes to Mizzou loved Mizzou, but I think they are probably more compartmentalized within Missouri. Whereas, you find Wisconsin
There's a lot of
graduate
out-of-state.
everywhere.
Is that right?
Well, it was weird. There were and a lot of people from big cities. A lot of people from New York, LA, Chicago went to Madison. It was an interesting place.
I've never been. How far is it from?
Oh, really?
I've never been. I've never been in the state of Wisconsin. Super random.
It's a cool place. It's I don't know. It's a 5-6 hour drive from here. A couple hours from
How
Chicago.
close is it? It's got to be close to Milwaukee because I would assume.
Yeah, hour and a half. Yeah.
Doug, let's head up to Wisconsin and watch them take on.
I've been there for a basketball game, I think, NCAA tournament game there once. I don't know if it was Mizzou or SLU.
Go during the summer.
Well, don't tell me what to do.
Doug's very against
Yeah, it is
being told
cold.
what to do.
Okay, go during the winter then.
It's cold.
Yeah, it got very cold.
Yeah.
Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen.com, 314-222-2222, talking it over and learning that Jackson would like to see if he can meet up with Cameron Brink later on.
Or get dunked on by a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got $20 towards Luke Fickell.
That's
How about that?
there you go.
There it is.
Doesn't have to be dunking. I don't have to be dunked on. Just tall. It's hard to dunk. You got to palm the ball. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
There's
Cameron
not many
Brink and
women that
Jackson.
can dunk.
Right.
Andy, appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much. There he is, the great Andy
All right, thank you,
Crouppen.
Andy.
This is TMA 101 ESPN.
You've heard me talking about the Village Bar all the time. The great cheeseburgers, best in town, the waffle fries, the trash wing. Love hanging out at the Village Bar. And hopefully folks have figured out that barn out back, that's also a distillery. Yeah, they make these award-winning spirits. The rye whiskey, 1879 bourbon. They've got 7 vodkas, 6 flavored, the premium Red Barn vodka, 1879 distilling. It's also a great website. Read more about the handcrafted small batch spirits. And this is about tradition. St. Louis has a tradition back in the early 1800s with the German distilling that took place here. So you've got the tradition, the taste, the quality. Find out for yourself. 1879 distilling. Start asking for it around town. Starting to pop up as well. There's a difference when you have a Manhattan and you say put that 1879 rye in there. Don't just say, oh, I'll have a vodka tonic. No, you want a Red Barn vodka and tonic. Ask for it around town, grocery stores, restaurants. Again, it's starting to pop up, and they're winning awards for what they do at 1879 Distilling. Handcrafted small batch spirits. The website's awesome. It tells you the whole story. People are starting to stop by now and order a bottle to go. Just taste it up there at the Village. You're already going to go to the Village Bar. We know that. It's the hangout, the place to be all the time. Great food, just great atmosphere. Now start ordering those spirits by name. 1879. Find out for yourself the tradition, the taste, and the quality. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Former Kansas Jayhawk Christian Brown has agreed to a 5-year, $125 million rookie contract extension with the Denver Nuggets, his agents tell ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You think you can?
It's rhetorical. 1991, anything?
I don't know the years, Tim.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of this 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air and Seth Goldcamp?
I do, because they've been to my house a few times for regular maintenance on my air conditioner and my furnace. Now is obviously the time to get it done on the furnace. Do it before something goes wrong when it's freezing cold outside and the furnace doesn't work. Then you could be in some trouble. So go ahead and schedule a service now with Design Air. Seth Goldcamp, or one of his fine technicians, will be out there and get you taken care of, and they'll do it lickety-split. They're really fast when you call and you need help from Design Air people. They've been on the call since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Longest running sponsor on TMA, and for that we're very appreciative of Seth Goldcamp and his family. 4th generation family-owned business. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It'll come your way in about 50 minutes here on the program. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the YouTube chat, and that is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And that's at youtube.com/TMA-STL. Doug, it happened last night in Toronto. George Springer goes yard, and the Blue Jays advance to the World Series. Here is what it sounded like when Brian Wu was asked a question about the Mariners' 2025 team legacy as they come up just a handful of innings short of becoming the first Seattle team to ever go to the World Series. It doesn't sound like somebody was happy in the Mariners clubhouse.
Okay.
But what ultimately do you feel like the legacy of this team is going to be, having gone as further than any other team in franchise history?
Oh, gosh.
Legacy is no one's really satisfied or happy with this, I think.
Is it possible the water was too hot in the shower? I've made that sound when you step in, it's too cold or too hot. It's just about like that.
Jackson, you say that was Julio Rodriguez, or did a texter say it was Julio?
Texter did. I read somewhere, but who knows, that it was Cal Raleigh. I don't know. It was a Mariners player was screaming. That's a weird scream, like primal. So upset that you just like scream like that.
Right. From the Seattle Times columnist Matt Calkins, Doug. The record says George Springer hit the ball with an exit velocity of 99.1 miles per hour into the left field bleachers at Rogers Center in Toronto. Seattleites will tell you it went 300 miles per hour into their hearts. Viewers from the rest of the world saw Springer use a bat to hit one of the most dramatic home runs in Major League Baseball history. Seattleites will tell you he used a stake.
No, baloney. That George Springer's kind of an underrated player. You don't think of him in terms of some of the best players in baseball. I never do, I guess, but probably should. He had 32 home runs this year. He's had 293 in his career. He's been a heck of a player for both Houston and Toronto.
The about 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate, but there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
That's also writing that I don't particularly care for.
Very similar.
Calkins goes on to say there have been plenty of painful moments in the history of Seattle sports, but I'm not sure any cut as deep as the Mariners' 4-3 loss to the Blue Jays on Monday night. Some might counter with Super Bowl, Doug, was it Super Bowl 49? When Patriots cornerback Malcolm Butler intercepted quarterback Russell Wilson's pass in the end zone to steal a title from the Seahawks. The thing is, though, the Seahawks had already won a Super Bowl. That doesn't mean the denial of a repeat hasn't haunted fans for the past decade, but at least they have one Lombardi Trophy to admire. The Mariners, meanwhile, remain the only team in Major League Baseball history to have not reached the World Series. For the 49th consecutive season, they managed to fall short of the Fall Classic.
Extremely painful, I'm sure. I don't think it's as bad as that Super Bowl loss.
I agree.
When all they had to do was run the ball a yard or two for the touchdown.
And it's not like they had some little jittery scat back there. There was Marshawn Lynch in his prime.
And Russell Wilson throws a pass. It's picked off.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, in a vacuum, I think that's worse. But given the context of everything with the Mariners and how close they were, although after Game 6, it struck me as the Blue Jays to lose. I just felt like they were for sure going to win. It's easy to say after the fact, but that's what I felt.
Seattle still had 2 more innings to score one run.
Yeah. But that was
I don't think you could top that Super Bowl loss.
Yeah,
that was about as bad as it's gotten for Super Bowl, unless you talk about the Falcons blowing that huge lead to the Patriots.
That's probably the worst of the 21st century.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you need to email Matt Calkins.
Okay.
Where does he work at, Tim? Seattle Times.
All right, I'll get right on that.
They're not doing well. Doug, the Dodgers, huge favorites to win another World Series. If you would like to bet the Dodgers to win the World Series, they are minus 210. So you're going to have to spend $210 to win 100. But if you feel like this is Toronto's time, for the first time since Joe Carter homered off of Mitch Wild Thing Williams in 1993, put $100 down and you're going to receive $175 back when the Blue Jays win the World Series.
Well, I'm not going to bet on the Blue Jays to win the World Series because I don't think they will. Did you say when it starts Wednesday?
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, okay. I said Friday, give or take 2 days.
I got this ESPN. Yeah, okay. All right, it says Wednesday on one of them, and then it's Friday down below.
Well, I guess I got to write an email to Calkins and ESPN.
ESPN's going to get a piece of my mind as well. Okay, will you be watching all these games? You have great interest?
Depends on if I do go to Nashville this weekend. Sounds like Jackson's out, so I might take his spot. So that you got that factored in. I'm pretty much all college football all the time on Saturdays.
Crummy weather. Another great college football watching kind of weather day on Saturday.
I saw Stanford Steve reacting last night on the Twitter tweets, but I think he was reacting to one of the NFL games. And it kind of makes you think. You got a Game 7 of an ALCS and, prominent sports voice for ESPN. And I realize Monday Night Football's in ESPN, but, the conspiracy theories, he's saying it only because it's on ESPN, as if that matters, are still focused on the NFL in a regular season game.
Yeah, I mean,
I was watching the baseball game, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I go back and forth, but it's tough. Like when a good football game's on, it's just hard to change the channel. I just got
unless the Stanley Cup Finals were on at the same time.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be.
Yeah,
but if they were,
UFL,
would you switch off anything to go watch the Stanley Cup Finals?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Would I switch off anything?
Like a good Cardinal game.
Yeah.
Cardinals Cubs really going
at it. Are the Blues in the Stanley Cup final game?
No.
Okay. It's like the Jets going up against the
Penguins. I'd watch just about anything else.
Oh, God, help us all.
First Pecorino into this.
Pecorino. The NBA playoffs would be on at the same time, so I'd probably be watching that. Just like I'll probably be watching that tonight.
Gross.
Rockets Thunder. What up, KD?
Well, I mean, you got the Blues and Kings. John Kelly's return tonight.
Back and forth.
I call. You pick up the higher, you pick up the higher octave.
Back and forth.
I call, and I'll just take it down on the turn. I don't even have anything. I have 7 high.
It would just be easier if it was all on YouTube TV, though.
I mean, I could flop the 5-6 and then have an up and down straight draw, but I don't need it. I'm just going to take it down just by coming over the top. I heard the higher octave. I'm going to call.
Have you ever got 4 of a kind in poker, Tim, in all your hands of poker?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Is that more or less rare than a Royal Flush? Or is that like, is Royal Flush?
I was sitting with a guy yesterday, Dud. You know what I had? And I know Michelob Ultra's a sponsor of the YouTube chat. Just a couple Blue Trains yesterday afternoon with a compadre.
Blue Trains, that Busch?
Busch Light.
Yeah. Well, all AB products.
You better believe it. And we're sitting there BSing, talking a little poker, actually.
Uh-huh.
And Doug was at the 2008.
Gosh, I don't know the years, Tim.
World Series of Poker main event, my first main event. And a couple tables over from me was Ray Romano. You remember him?
Sure.
Everybody
Loves Raymond.
Everybody Loves Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
And saw him in the hallway. Got a picture with him, as a matter of
Nice.
fact, because producer Joe was out there. Not only was he sharing a bed with Andy Dick, but he also was covering.
Had himself quite a time, didn't he?
Did. And at Ray Romano's table, or the one adjacent to him, a gentleman got knocked out of the tournament. He had 4 aces, but he was beat by a royal flush.
Oh my God! I mean,
that is, you can live your entire life.
Yeah, that's in the billions, right? Like $1 billion to get
The math on that,
right?
to have that happen. I mean,
Both.
that is mathematically the ultimate bad beat.
Yeah, that is.
So they're playing with more than one deck of cards, obviously.
No, that's not correct.
Well, you couldn't have 4 aces and another guy get a royal flush, could you? Couldn't a royal flush ace, king, queen, jack, 10?
That's correct.
So how would the other guy get 4 aces?
Well, we're going to get into the nuances of the game of poker, but in No Limit Hold'em, which is what they play in the main event, everybody is dealt 2 cards, and then you form your hand off of.
Right, there'd be 2 aces on or one ace.
Right.
Yeah, 2 aces. 2 aces.
So I remember the scream. It was a gentleman in a tank top too. We got to get him on.
It's hot.
It is. Thank you very much.
Would you just quit at that point if you lost all your money on 4 aces?
I think that's what it sounded
This is
like.
the odds of that are 1 in 165 million.
There you go. How about that? Yeah, and it was a few tables over from me. Talked it over with old Ray Romano in the hallway. I scream like that guy in the Mariners clubhouse when I turn on the YouTube at 7 a.m. and Tim is not there. That's in the birthday Hawks. Email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the program at approximately 10:50. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency presents you the Colonel on Mondays and Fridays here on TMA. He is my insurance agent, and I recommend him in a major way to the TMA listeners. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Type his name into a Google search, and you will see 452 5-star reviews for James and his team. Jamie Rivers, I would say about 3 weeks ago, texted me and said, hey, can you give me James' number? I said, no problem. And I see him the next day, and he goes, oh, my God, that guy saved me thousands of dollars. That's right. That's what he can do for you. 2-minute phone call could result in saving thousands of dollars like it did for Jamie Rivers. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
My wife has said for years, let's go to Scotland. Let's do it. Martin Kilcoyne here, getting excited about this trip next summer. The trip of a lifetime, really. Can't wait to hang out with you, the listeners, telling some stories, maybe a little TMA behind the curtains, having some fun while we're just sitting there sipping whiskey at a historic whiskey distillery, cruising along the Orkney Islands, going to the lovely Loch Ness, the Highlands, all these great places that you may have seen and featured during like a British Open or something. Edinburgh, Glasgow. We're going to go to all of these cool spots, and Colette Travel handles all the details, the flights, the meals, the hotels, all your local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. Can't wait to be there with you in Scotland. Don't miss out. Call our friends at Altair Travel to find out more. 314-968-9600. Altair Travel. 314-968-9600. Can't wait to be hanging in Scotland with you, the great listeners here on 101 ESPN. Also, more information on the website, 101ESPN.com.
Oh, my. Barry White. Doug, this program is known for journalism.
That's our bread and butter.
Breaking stories, contacts. You call what wearing out shoe leather? And in the commercial break, I conducted sports journalism.
What'd you do?
Bryant Gumbel and Real Sports would be proud of me. First, let me do a scene setter. Jackson, let's go back to the audio you played at 7:41 this morning, titled "Some Soft-Spoken Neckbeard Does a Walk and Talk Complaining About College Game Day Going to Vanderbilt, Missouri."
Are we all kind of over College Game Day now? How many times have they been to Athens in the past few years? And that's not to knock how good Georgia's been recently, but they're just recycling the same locations over and over. If this was 5 years ago, no doubt in my mind, they would have gone to BYU-Utah game. And then this weekend, they're going to Vanderbilt, which is fine. Vanderbilt's doing really good this year, coming off a good year last year. But it's like they're doing the easy choices instead of ones that would be more fun for people to watch, if anybody's still watching. I know that they've been there before, but in the FCS, you have North Dakota State playing South Dakota, I think, number 1 versus number 2.
You said I think.
Why would you not want to involve them? And this really isn't hating on the SEC. I mean, it's valid. The conference is pretty deep. But again, they're really just prioritizing who they feel is the most important to them and who's going to bring in the most numbers. I know it's a business, but it's like they're just disregarding the fans and what people want and just bringing in celebrities and doing small little concerts during the show. And I feel like they're just missing the point of what the fans want to see and what the show was and what people are excited to see.
And what he says they are excited to see, of course, is North Dakota and South Dakota play football.
Right.
While he walks through what sounds like some dense foliage and then near an interstate. So we were theorizing earlier in the program after Jackson played what he titled "Some Soft-Spoken Neckbeard Does a Walk and Talk."
That's kind of the best description I can think.
My theory, Nate Bargatze, comedian, big Vanderbilt guy, that would be the play. Well, you know, I went out and about during the commercial break.
Oh, did you?
And I ran into Greg Warren, friend of the program.
Really? Friends with Nate Bargatze.
Touring with Nate, playing the United Center. And you hate the United Center? You love the United Center. Somebody was ripping the United Center, I feel like, recently.
Yeah, someone was. I like it a lot.
Okay. I don't know why the United Center even
I
came
feel like we were
up.
at Rawlings when someone said that.
Is that right?
Maybe JR. JR said that someone was ripping the United Center and we had JR on.
And they didn't like the urinals?
Yeah.
They wanted troughs?
They wanted troughs, which I agreed with.
Why?
More guys.
Oh. But I almost came close to king shaming there.
Thank you.
So I see Greg in the hallway because this is kind of like those Sports Center commercials. You just walk around the hallway and it's just littered with celebrities.
Albert Pujols is making copies.
That's right. So Rafe Williams is out there from the Riz Show talking with Greg. And Greg's been on TMA many a time. I was on his podcast, wanted to help their numbers out. Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry.
Allergies? A couple months ago. And I said, hey, I got a question for you, but I can't remember the question. And that's always a great conversation starter.
Yeah, the people love that.
Especially two comedians having a conversation and some ass pony walks through while he's trying to get his protein shake during a commercial break and interrupts. And Greg, being a kind man, acts interested and grateful that I've interrupted their conversation by saying, I've got a question for you, but I can't remember.
You've interrupted it with absolutely nothing.
I am now nothing but downside.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like when I get a DM from a listener asking if I know anybody with tickets to a game that's like, you know, $1,000 on the open market.
Right, which is a direct request.
That's correct. Hey, Greg, I got a question, but I can't think of it. Oh, okay. But then, Doug, by the grace of Yahweh himself, the question comes to me, and I said, Nate Bargatze, I know you're touring with him. what do you think about him being the college game day celebrity guest this Saturday? And he goes, oh, man. He goes, well, we're playing Chicago United Center. He's opening up for him. Greg is. God bless him. Thursday and Friday night. And then Sunday, or Saturday, I guess, they're in Cincinnati. I said, but PJ, Chicago down to Nashville, and then up to Cincinnati could make that happen. He goes, God, you're right. That could actually happen. He goes, if he's doing that, I'm in. I'm going to ask him because Greg's a big fight tiger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Nate's anchored down. He's anchored down big time, big time. So I feel pretty good about where I am on this thing.
Because I'm on Sheryl Crow. Doug's on.
Who are you on, Doug?
Luke Bryan, famous Georgia Bulldog fan.
I don't think it. I think it's the connection with ABC and ESPN and that, and he'd be in Nashville. Probably.
He has a great bar in Nashville.
So does Jason Aldean. What about Kid Rock?
Honky Tonk, which is right next to Luke Bryan's, I want to say.
No.
I always go to the Luke Bryan's
Luke
rooftop.
Bryan has a big personality. He'd be pretty good on that.
I agree. He's been on that, hasn't he?
He has,
Yes, okay.
When Georgia, yeah. He had I think he had a needlepoint belt on.
Oh, did he really?
Oh,
so. Representing Ladue.
That.
But it's like they're doing the easy choices instead of ones that would be more fun for people to...
Knock it off, neckbeard. Wouldn't you think the people that are going to do it this Saturday already know?
I don't know. I think they kind of fly by the seat of their pants a little bit just because they don't know. Like they announced it was going to be Vandy 48 hours ago or less.
Luke Bryan lives in Georgia. That's from MacGruber.
All right, relax.
I don't care. It's an SEC
I'm with
guy.
you, but relax.
Your local meatball says it's going to be Post Malone. Don't you think it'll be Posty?
No, could be.
He's a Texas guy, though. Like a Cowboys fan. I don't know if he's UT, but it'd be surprising. He lives in Utah.
Got my Nate Bargatze play. Chris Stapleton's a Vanderbilt guy. Jackson hasn't looked up his tour schedule yet, but this private jet, it opens up the world.
I'm feeling good about Sheryl Crow.
But here is the headline. Now, I've tended to the sports-related element of it. Doug, you're going to be thrilled because you've known Greg forever, and he's Kirkwood Pioneer proud, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How about this? Talking to this guy. Great effing guy. I mean, so happy
Love
for him. He's
Greg
been
Warren.
grinding forever. He's experiencing great success. Now he's touring with Nate. 2 weeks, he's on The Tonight Show.
Oh, really?
How about that?
He is?
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
That is
I
awesome.
said, is this classified? Can I not talk about it? He goes, no. He goes, we can absolutely talk.
Super awesome.
How about that? Greg Warren going on The Tonight Show in 2 weeks.
United Center this weekend.
With Nate Bargatze.
And Tonight Show. Wow,
Probably
that's awesome.
flying private to Nashville because it's going to be Nate Bargatze on the set. That's what I think.
He'll have his
anyway.
own sitcom by this time next year.
I mean, how about this guy?
That's awesome. That is awesome.
How great is that?
He is really truly like a world-class guy.
He is A+, and
Yeah.
I am super happy for him. God bless that.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait to watch.
Yep. He said, I think he said November 4th.
Sweet.
How about
Cannot
that?
wait.
God bless. Happy for Greg Warren. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour design, air, heating, and cooling. Guys, it's going to be Tim McKernan on game day with that creep that wants Tim and his family to stay in his hotel with Tim's son's smelly Mizzou jersey.
Damn.
It's from the Orson Woods Wacko. I guess if they wanted me to do it, I think I probably would have to clear it. My contract here with 101 ESPN, I don't know if that would be a breach.
Right. Despite it being an ESPN property.
Correct.
We're not talking about you being the celebrity
Well,
guest.
Orson Woods Wacko says it's going to be me with my son in his smelly jersey, and my wife has sent me a picture, and I guess he was wearing it to preschool today, so that would be 3 straight days with this jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go 4 or 5. That would be, I can see the image now of Tim in between Pat McAfee and Nick Saban making picks.
So you think it might happen?
I think it would be great.
I think he's too big.
I agree with that.
Right.
I'd rather do Big Noon
Right. You in Portnoy.
with other people who peaked in 2005. All right. It's 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. John Scores theorizes it's going to be sunny gray. Doug, he is a Nashville resident.
I don't think it will be.
Everything's
That's a
just
good guess,
wet.
John.
I just don't.
What if it's going to be too hot in Nashville, so he wouldn't want to do it? The program's TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, wow. You guys might have to handle this segment.
This one hit you in the feels?
I didn't know it was coming. That was the issue. You got to prep me for this.
Sultry.
Boy, when we would play this at the Sigma Chi house.
What would happen?
You guys would play this? Like 50 guys?
250, even better. 5X
Just
ROI.
sitting there thinking.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. 10 o'clock hour here means the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming up in about 20 minutes. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, significant moment in American sports history 50 years ago today.
Oh, 50 years ago.
Do you know what it was?
1975. October 1975. Baseball.
Altered television.
It did. Was it the Carlton Fisk home run?
Yes.
Okay. Carlton Fisk waving for the ball. Stay fair, stay fair. And Dick Stockton saying it's gone.
Robert Williams didn't go.
Matt Damon couldn't believe it.
You had to see about a girl.
Okay. But the Reds came back and won the next night, right?
Yeah, kind of rare circumstance there. The morning after Freeze's home run, Ozzie Smith was on our program, and he said, "It's over. The Cardinals will win tonight." And I was like, whoa, that isn't the way, you can be John Buttass on Twitter and say that. But the Wizard, Hall of Famer, saying that's a different thing. Well, the Wizard was, I'm sure, thinking about Game 6, 1985, and psychologically the Cardinals were ravaged. You would think that the Red Sox would have significant advantage. But alas, I believe they actually had a lead in that game against the Reds, and the Reds came back relatively late.
Just like the Rangers had a lead in Game 7 against the Cardinals.
Aye, in the first inning, and then D. Freeze did it again. That was 50 years ago tonight, October 21st, 1975. And Robin Williams was outside.
And now you're talking about a movie.
Good Will Hunting.
Made well after that, referencing the Fisk home run.
22 years after that.
Yeah. Good movie.
Yeah.
It's my one of my top three. Do you know my top three?
I think I do.
Yeah, Jackson does.
Graduate.
Yep.
Godfather.
Yep.
And then Good Will Hunting.
That's right.
The 3 Gs.
Yeah, Triple G.
Okay. How about Groundhog Day?
It's a good one. Ned
Just trying to
Ryerson.
think of movies with a G.
Godfather Part 2. You prefer 1 or 2, Tim?
I prefer 1, and I feel like that's a minority position.
I think 1 is more entertaining, and I think Godfather Part 2 is probably the more dense quality film. But
So
I
you're
think
saying like the dumbs like the first one.
No, I combine them.
That's how I took that.
I combine
like South
them.
City people who don't have the
No.
education and the genetic gift that the Central Corridor people have.
No, I think there need to be 2. Like I think they are combined together. I think you can't. The full story of Godfather is both of them together. That's the book. The book is both of it
So
together.
what happened to 3? Why was it so bad?
Francis Ford Coppola was out of money. And Winona Ryder had to pass on the role, and so Sofia Coppola took it, and she is now the great actor, but a great filmmaker. But that's the reason. It was supposed to be Winona Ryder.
Was it really? Is that right? I've never heard that.
And
Well,
then-
that's why I listen to Movie Boy.
And then Robert Duvall asked for too much money, so he was out. Not great.
I don't know if this means anything, but Tim, I sent it to you and Jackson. It's kind of plane tracker season with the coaching carousel. And somebody sent me a screenshot of a plane that departed Auburn, Alabama this morning, landed in Columbia, Missouri not long ago.
No. You're saying it's Drinkwitz had an interview at Auburn.
I'm not saying anything.
He wouldn't
I
interview
just-
at Auburn.
I mean,
Why would he want to go to Auburn?
I don't know.
I'm not extrapolating from this. It could be anybody.
Yeah, but I do like plane tracker season around.
Okay. It could be an English professor going down there to get the latest on grammar from somebody at Auburn.
You think that's where you'd go?
I guess you would.
Guys, I'm pretty sure 50 years ago today, Marty and Doc also went Back to the Future. That's from the 425.
Is today Back to the Future Day? And I've slept on that? It can't be right. That October 21st does sound right.
And that was 85.
Yeah, Back to the Future Day.
Was Carlton Fisk.
Son of a gun, yeah. Back to the Future Day is October 21st.
Doug, so many things are happening right now.
The specific day in the movie was 2015. So we're 10 years past that.
Okay.
Tim has the memory of AI. Can I pay you to memorize my social security number so anytime I need it, I can nervously call you? That's from Steven Time.
Gosh.
The biggest lemming has to be Libby Jack. Now he says he wants a tall woman so he can be like his king, Tim. That's from Starfish Street.
You people are morons.
I don't understand what that means. Like a tall woman to be tall like me?
Your wife is, I guess, I wouldn't say like, not like 6 feet tall. She's taller.
Taller than what?
Taller than, what do you mean what? Taller than the average woman.
You meant taller than Tim,
She's not taller than Tim.
Yeah, she's not taller than me, actually.
Okay.
She's taller than the average woman, I would say. Tim is not as short as he leads on, I'll say that. I hate to break the facade here.
How tall a gentleman are you?
With or without the lifts?
Yeah, that's the key.
5'1".
5'1".
5'1" and 3/4", though.
Right.
Now, with the lifts, I mean, I'm like walking around with 6-inch pumps.
Yeah, little homunculus.
You ever fall off the lifts?
I'll stumble sometimes if I'm really trying to lean into a driver.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's funny to me.
Maybe the Jets a player visiting Como from Auburn. That's from Carney.
It could be a million
That's
different
Carney
things.
Wilson. She did Playboy, right?
I hope not.
And with today's a Zoom, it just seems like going down there would be just a big impact on your carbon footprint for no reason.
You think people care about that who can afford PJs?
I think if someone offered you like, hey, you can just do this Zoom for 30 minutes or fly down and spend your entire day doing it, you'd probably pick the Zoom, especially when
But
you
not because of a carbon footprint.
Well, first of all, it's Toughness Tuesday, so we should be locked in on that. Missouri's got Vandy.
I don't think anybody gets
You hate Toughness Tuesday. I bet Martin hates Toughness Tuesday.
I don't
That's
think
what
anybody
Strick always says. It is Tuesday.
And every time he says something, I want to text Martin.
He's like, well, it's Toughness Tuesday, so we're focused on that. He's got Tiger Talk tonight. He's got to lock in.
Yes, Toughness Tuesday, Tiger Talk. It's alliteration across the board. Drake's a former coach at Auburn. It's from the 314.
Okay. Listing people's resumes.
Tim, never, and I mean never, shave your beard again. To hell with your wife, respectfully. Anna Marie is on the wrong side of history here with your views on your beard.
I agree. Wrong side of history. like in 50 years, people will
be reviewing whether or not I should have a beard. I don't know. It's a bald white man situation. That's what we've got going on here in Jackson. When you're a bald white man, now I'm a big Cole Kublik guy. I think he's a ball knower. But you need a little something. You need some spectacles. You need some facial hair, or you need to have some skin tone.
Yeah, you're preaching the choir over here, dude.
But you're not bald, Brad.
Yeah, I was at a birthday party for my mother and my sister-in-law this weekend. My young niece. I was confident at this place, and I came in with no hat, just letting the hair ride. And then there were some giggles I heard from the nieces, and they said,
"Why?
You're going bald." I was like, "Oh,
I just don't think you are."
Well, the innocent, my innocent young nieces.
Let me see what's doing. Let me see what's doing.
Not after a hat.
Oh,
no
wow.
dice. It's gonna look even worse. It's gonna look bad.
Someday you're gonna look like a Q-tip.
Yeah, and I can't grow facial hair too, so it's just a lot of flesh.
Well, then you go with glasses.
You need yes, I have to wear fake glasses because I have
don't do
impeccable
that.
vision. Impeccable
Don't wear
vision.
fake glasses.
I can't just be all flesh, man.
Clip that off.
Yes,
I'm
you
gonna
can.
look like when Darth Vader took his mask off. He's sitting there with the harmonica in his mouth. Look at the picture.
Was tough. That was a tough spot.
Well, you're working on another beard now.
Yeah, beard.
That's
quotation
better than
mark.
Fake glasses.
It's like a tennis ball has fuzz. That's why I have as a beard.
Oh my word!
Yeah, it's a hell of an existence over here.
Guys, I'm having leg shortening surgery so I can view the world how Tim sees it. That's from Steven Time. I wonder how many people will do that.
You think it's just a hacksaw? right on the fibula.
The Civil War surgery.
Yeah, that's what they would do. Battle of Antietam? Was that Maryland? Is that Maryland?
I think that's the bloodiest battle in the Civil War, right?
Yeah,
Antietam?
was.
Yeah.
Even more than Gettysburg?
I think so.
Yeah. People forget about Antietam. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, though, when Martin's back. Jackson Bielema is talking about Illinois and their ranking. And he thinks they would be ranked in the college football playoff rankings if they came out today. How about that?
Literally, the best thing that we can have happen for us is to Indiana and Ohio State continue to win out and play in the Big Ten championship game. I mean, I'm a big believer in that one. Did have someone made reference, right, that if if the CFPs came out right now with us losing to 1 and 2 and beating USC when they're ranked, and some of the things that we've accomplished and the people that we've played have accomplished, be very realistic to think that we'd be pretty high in that ranking. I don't really have a vote in that one, right? I just watch it when it gets released, like everybody else. I don't even watch it. I just hear about it after it happens. But it's an exciting time.
Oh, gosh, someone took a big hit.
I would tell you this. I think it's better than 50% that Illinois finishes 10-2.
Let me take a look at the rest of it.
Let me handle that for you.
Thanks,
because that's what we do around here, show prep. Maybe everybody could learn. At Washington versus Rutgers versus Maryland, at Wisconsin versus Northwestern.
I don't see anywhere where they would be underdogs. Maybe UW.
That's the game this weekend that I would say is the one that would be the biggest potential issue for them. And so if they're sitting there at 10-2 against two teams that could very well be undefeated when they meet in Indianapolis for the Big Ten championship, how are you going to lick those kids in the eye, Doug, from Champaign, Illinois, and keep them out of this tournament?
Well, you're going to look at them and say, we know you're a bubble team, but you lost 63-10 to Indiana.
Yeah, I think that's
sorry.
And unless that, it's just I think it's somewhat insurmountable given the
So they're already done. So you're going to tell Brett Bielema to shut it down the rest of the year.
Honestly, winning at Washington this weekend.
Washington's -4.5, by the way.
In that's a tough. Husky Stadium is a tough stadium to
They
win.
drive boats to the game.
People might joke around, but that's a really tough place to play in. Ask Ohio State, who I think only put up a touchdown that first half against them earlier this year. It's a really tough place. I don't think they have a big enough win on the table. I don't think USC is going to hold on and look great. I just don't think they're going to have a signature win, and then they have a 53-point loss, albeit to a great team, and there's external factors involved.
Their secondary was decimated by injury.
You think people are going to, like that? People won't care.
They cared about it when it came down to Florida State and keeping them out of the tournament 2 years ago.
There was only 4 teams, though.
Baron Morton wasn't playing this past week in Tempe. We got to factor these things in.
We would, but I'm telling you, at the end of the season when they have so much data in front of them, I don't think they're going to give a damn.
This is the time of year. And I love to play Nostradamus for our audience because I make picks, you make money. I make picks,
you make money.
You make money.
Blah, blah, blah.
You're going to start hearing these 2 words, brother. And maybe it's 1 word with a hyphen, I'm not sure. Eye test. And the eye test is the following. We will now subjectively frame it to get blue bloods into the tournament.
100%.
That is the eye test.
It's always the thing, like the hypotheticals, like, well, if Notre Dame played against Illinois, like, what do you think with that? It's like, well, what are we doing? We running a simulation in our head? I don't know. They didn't play.
Washington, for the record, coming off a 24-7 loss in Ann Arbor, also has only lost to Ohio State. So if Washington, who gets Wisconsin, Purdue, UCLA, but then unfortunately Oregon finishes the year at 8-4, and then USC has a good finish to their season, Illinois would have Washington and USC, and they'd be sitting there 10-2 with 2 losses to perhaps the top 2 teams in the country when you sit here and you talk about this tournament.
But then we have to ask, what's their biggest win? USC. And if USC finishes with 4 losses, which is very much in play.
I mean, I'm just telling you, we're on a collision course in Champaign, Illinois for Missouri and Illinois.
I'd love to see it. I would love to see it.
Or maybe we head to South Bend, Indiana. A Friday snowy night in northern Indiana.
That I prefer.
You are looking live.
Yeah, I'd rather than play Notre Dame.
You really think after watching Mizzou play, they're going to beat Vanderbilt, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma?
Yeah, there you go with your eye test again.
What? After you've watched with your eyes,
Dougie
then
Famble.
play Vanderbilt, played Auburn.
Yeah.
Do you really think they're gonna win all those games?
Well,
or 2 out of 3?
No, but I think their defense is good enough to keep them in every single game. That's what I'll say. And if you're in every single game, what can happen? Anything can happen. Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Seasons change.
It's true. Anything can happen. That is hard to argue.
Yeah. Let's see how it
but
shakes
I'm
out.
saying I would be really surprised if they get through this back half of their schedule and are still a playoff team.
I'm going to post a link to this audio to my Twitter feed, and Tiger nationalists are going to be attacking you all day.
I'm going to email it to Drink. Get ready for the next presser.
Yeah.
All hell's about to rain on your head.
I was up screaming at my TV like everybody else in the game against Auburn.
Yeah.
But when I saw their offense, when I saw them get really dominated in that third quarter against Auburn, I thought, this does not look like a playoff team to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't. Maybe it'll change. Maybe it'll turn it around.
2.5-point underdogs at Vanderbilt. The number has moved a little toward Missouri's favor, but not as significantly as it did for the Alabama game and the Auburn games. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is next, right, Jackson? Am I correct on that? All right. Mentality is a longtime sponsor here on TMA. If you are not feeling like yourself, if your family has been noticing that you are not yourself, these can be symptoms of low testosterone, feeling sluggish, putting on weight, even when you're eating how you normally have been eating, and working out, but not putting on muscle like you used to. And perhaps your libido is not where it once was. Well, Mentality can help you out. Longtime TMA sponsor is Mentality. I've been out there. I've been tested. They test your free testosterone. It is at mentalityhealth.com. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today to get tested, and that includes your free testosterone. I have been tested. Super quick and easy process. Friendly staff, and I would say it took about 20 minutes. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is coming up next. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues in action tonight, taking on the Los Angeles Kings right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m. Puck drops at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, we're about to get it underway, and it's going to be a good battle here as we head down the stretch.
What you don't want is a battle with your garage door open.
Yeah, that's the issue with that Jason Gosrow.
Because if it doesn't go up and it doesn't go down, you've got a battle on your hands. No one wants that. Major hassle. Schaefer Door can be there to take care of any problem you might have, though. They've also got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend, whether they're your doors on your personal home, or maybe you own a business and have a warehouse with big, tall doors. Yes, Schaefer Door, very experienced in those types of jobs as well. Big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with an actual person when you call them on the phone. They service and install LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. You're saying, okay, what's the website? Well, here it is now, SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER, SchaeferDoor.com, or you could call or text them at 636-782-3608. That is Schaefer Door Company.
There it is. SchaeferDoor.com, sponsor of the podcast. And Martin Kilcoyne will tell you about Design Air, sponsor of our email today.
Love talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling because they are a loyal sponsor to TMA, longest running sponsor on the program. And we love hearing the great feedback from you, the listeners, when you've done business with Design Air, had them out in the summer for your air conditioning, wintertime with the furnace, whenever it is. Let us know the experience that you've had, and it's always the same. Seth Goldcamp's team comes out, gets the job done. They do it right, and long term, you know what? It's a company you can count on to be around for another 5-10 years. Who knows? They've been around for more than a century, so you know they're not going anywhere. That's the point. Go to designerservice.com. The weather is shifting right now. You can start to tell. You wake up in the morning. Maybe you've already flipped the furnace on at this point. Get a tune-up before winter takes hold. Get that thing checked out ahead of time, and you can do it with a great team. The employees love working there, and you will love working with them. It's designerservice.com.
There it is, sponsor of our email of the day, and now it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Close your eyes. Make a wish. Come on, Doug, treat me like a fish. Thanks, and Anyong. That's from number one Asian intern, Brian Henson.
Didn't care for it much.
So he is covering the Colts, and the doo-doo man might just be your NFL MVP.
Oh, he could be. Brian Henson.
My love life? Ugh, what love life? Every Saturday night since 1976, listening to the first 8-track I ever bought. April Wine. I don't want to be lonely. Don't want to be shot down no more, no more, no more. I don't want to be lonely. Don't want to be shot down. Be shot down. It's from Midge.
Midge.
Doug, a full tray of nachos doused with cheese, perhaps some mild banana or briny spout peppers, bro. Served on a full metal tray, balances well enough upon my thighs while I perch over my porcelain nest in the family arena's 600-level men's latrine. But will you dollop, Doug? That's some Terry T.
Deke Dotem.
Sent in with an image, and it isn't Deke Dotem. I know
eligible
Deke.
because he has been suspended indefinitely.
Leader in the clubhouse. Good morning. How come most people that own RVs don't own a garage? I don't understand the mindset. Well, I can't afford a garage, so I'll show off my lack of wealth and make the whole street look Hoosier with this oversized bang carriage that'll sit here for 95% of the year. Thanks. That's from Crestwood Coyote.
Crestwood Coyote. They won't fit in the garage.
No. Carport, though.
Yep. Yeah.
I would rather die than let a quarterback get hit or let Gareth's little movie boy project usurp Tim's podcast. Is that what is supposed to bring in criticism, currency, or anger dollars? Is it the same 9/5 plus 32 foreign exchange conversion rate of Cole's cash to pan coins? I am afraid that the Cardinals will take that advice, and rather than improving the team, they will just change to logo to the that attractive font used by the Blue Jays to bring the fans back. Can we get the Leaf crunching neckbeard dude to do the next Mizzou uniform reveal?
Oh, I like that.
It is all happening thanks to the non-Wednesday links that Tim sends Jackson. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of SEC Slate/gerbil hunting Heart Sign.
Shooter McGavin.
Somewhere deep in the digital Ozarks of the internet, Legend of Columbia and Spicy So duel like two unlicensed wrestlers in a gas station parking lot, both typing under the crushing weight of insecurity and pre-Ozepic before photos. In a scene straight out of a Foot Clan recruitment video?
What?
The TMA STL YouTube chat glows like an underground dojo for society's rejected fan page outcasts. Men cast out from polite Facebook threads, now finding purpose beneath a 480p live stream in a neon powered by Air Alliance banner. Dyslexic combatants land jabs 25 characters at a time.
What is he talking about?
I think it's the war going on in there between Spicy So and Legend of Columbia.
Okay.
Dyslexic combatants land jabs 25 characters at a time, echoing off the cracked screen of a Galaxy S8, while the rest of the clan cheers through mouthfuls of toaster strudel and Mountain Dew Zero. The legend types like he's defending his favorite buffet item at KFC, while Spicy So swings back with the energy of a man whose emotional support animal is Call of Duty and liking Iggy's dinner photo Facebook posts. These are the next generation of beta men who shut fridges with their hips and hug their girlfriends from behind at the mall food court, hoping to be rewarded with a pretzel and a used copy of Madden. It's not discourse. It's a white trash opera of lowercase rage.
Oh,
a tragic duet between two Wi-Fi toughs fighting like Howl Central kids arguing over the last Bosco stick in the lunch line. That's from Riot's dad, Uncle Dunbar. I'm staying in my brother's basement until I find something I can afford.
Riot's dad's uncle, Dunbar. Okay.
Well, Doug,
right.
The clock struck midnight on the Mariners' dream season as George Springer hit a decisive 3-run bomb in Game 7 of the ALCS to send the Blue Jays to the World Series. Let's hear the audio, pal. Nope. Skip Bayless played the wrong clip because his head's not in the game as he is triggered by some soft-spoken neckbeard walk and talk video that nobody would even be aware of if not for Tim's algorithm serving him up one dweeb after another.
Yeah.
And what's the media to sound talking about? A Cougars next door party at Shannon's on Lake DeWitt 17 years ago. Ours is the type of presentation where the promiscuous listeners who can't manage their phone contacts properly feel free to drop in at any time and send hotel room videos to the radio host's father, inviting him to join this weekend in Nashville where he's enjoying hot youngins, tea. Yikes. I don't think we've had a message this creepy sent to the wrong person since Iggy offered nude beach passes to Justin and Columbia's wife.
That's right.
Doug, that's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast, and that's what we have.
Swope.
For the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The players came out to compete today, and you got to doff your cap to the emailers.
I thought Riot's dad's Uncle Dunbar, I think he kind of stole the show.
He was good, but I'm going T. Terry TT Boy.
I'm going to go with Dunbar.
Dunbar has won the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Congratulations, Doug. He's just staying with Riot's dad until he can find something he can afford. Congratulations to Riot's dad's uncle or Riot's uncle, Dunbar.
Riot's dad's Uncle Dunbar.
There you go.
I think that's it.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next here on 101 ESPN for Jackson Burkett for Chairman Kurt. Sitting in at the dais for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne from my brother Kevin. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.